I'd like to call a meeting to order. Please rise, if able, for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Tonight, our invocation will be given by an old friend of ours, Reverend Marcus Williams from the Douglas Chapel AME Church. And please come forward to the podium. I know you're in there. And again, thank you for coming. And thank you for your words on Sunday at the protest. And if you want to take off your mask, it's fine. Or you can leave it on. It's up to you.
I think might be able to pass through the essential task I have. Let us pray. Lord, first we want to say thank you for bringing us here safely. Thank you for each of our lives together and how you have kept us on today. Thank you for this opportunity where the voices can be heard. Thank you for the opportunity afforded each one of us. So, Lord, as we continue in the work that is assigned each of our hands, we ask that we are dutiful and purposeful in how we carry it out. And we thank you once again for each and every issue, each and every concern that comes before this council tonight. And we will give you thanks. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Appreciate it. Item number 4, adjustment approval, this June 16, 2020 meeting agenda, Mayor Pro Tem.
Make a motion to accept the June 16th, 2020 agenda with no changes.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Item number 5, as everybody knows, is the public comment period. We have received, I believe, 18. Am I correct? Madam Clerk, how are you? You've been a busy lady. All right, thank you.
We have received one on Holly Springs Road sewer, private fence, and the widening of the road.
Right.
We have received 2 on police reform. We have received 1 in support of the Village Gate project,
Right.
and 7 in opposition to the Overlook Townhomes project.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we've all had the opportunity to read most of those, not all of them. So that's that. From that point, let's go on to agenda item number 5, recognition, July Parks and Recreation Month proclamation. That would be Rachel Downey, Parks and Rec. No, it wouldn't be Rachel Downey. It would be Leanne Plummer,
It's more like
who is appearing for Rachel Downey or whatever.
Yep, thanks. So good evening, Mayor and Council. We appreciate the opportunity to come and talk with you. Once again, since 1985, the National Parks and Recreation Association has recognized July as National Parks and Recreation Month. This year's theme is We Are Parks and Recreation. And I want to share just a few stories and tidbits about this year's theme and how Holly Springs will be celebrating that. So every day in communities across the country, people of Parks and Recreation are providing essential services and making their communities better places to live, work, and play. Because of this critical work, the 2020 theme will celebrate the people in the field of Parks and Recreation as vital to our nation's most pressing health, environmental, and social issues. As I indicated, this year's theme is We Are Parks and Recreation, and throughout the month, we will be showcasing our staff and the amazing work they do each day to make Holly Springs a special place for all of our residents. If you bear with me, I want to just tell you 2 stories. Are you guys controlling me? Okay.
There you go.
There we go, the right way. Over the past few months, we've received many comments from the community who have been able to get out and enjoy our parks during the stay-at-home order, as well as through online interaction that we've provided through Facebook Live series. So I have two quotes here that I'm just sharing. On May 7th, we had a Facebook viewer sharing her thanks for the Parks and Recreations Department throughout the COVID shutdown. It brought joy with the chance to get outside and enjoy the beautiful spring weather. And she's often thought about how walking around town, how lucky she was to live in a community that is so well maintained and beautiful. The other comment was from Margie G via email. And she was taking weekly virtual yoga classes and indicated these classes had been much appreciated by her, not only to benefit her body, but also her mind. So just a few stories to showcase how important the people are to bringing exceptional Parks and Recreation services to Holly Springs, not only during July as Parks and Recreation Month, but throughout the year. So thank you for your time in celebrating July as Parks and Recreation Month, and hopefully the weather will clear and we'll be able to get out and enjoy the parks the rest of the week.
We hope that too. Don't go away.
Thank you.
Since 1985, America has celebrated again. July is Park and Recreation Month, a program of national recognition and Park Association. The goal of the Park and Recreation Month is to raise awareness of the virtual impact the parks and recreation has on our communities across the United States and in Holly Springs, and it does. So I have a wonderful proclamation for you to take back. I think. See if that's okay. All right. Thank you, Leanne. Director of Park and Rec, by the way.
Thanks, Leanne.
What? Agenda item 6, recognition, Holly Springs Tree Advisory Committee 2019 Annual Report, Arbor Day, Proclamation, Tree City USA Award Presentation, etc. And I'm going to call, is it Rachel Wood first? I must be right on that. Is that you in there? Hi, Rachel.
Can you understand me if I speak through this? Yeah. Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. My name is Rachel Woods, and I'm the chairperson for the Tree Advisory Committee. And I'm here tonight to give you our very first annual report as a committee. You voted to enact this committee in November of 2018, and we had our first meeting in January of 2019. And that's not the slide I'm on. There it is. There we are, January.
What a good-looking group that is.
Yeah. All right. So our duties are numerous. The reason for the committee in the first place was the town was seeking a designation as a Tree City USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation. We've been working with the Department of Planning and Zoning regarding tree preservation and public education to meet this designation as a Tree City USA. Our duties include holding an annual Arbor Day event, giving the town guidance and feedback about Tree City USA standards, making recommendations for the methodology and criteria of the street tree replacement program, among other things, and informing and educating the general public about the importance of trees and how to care for trees. These images here, you can see we were having our first proclamation of Arbor Day in the top corner there. And the other picture is our event, our first Arbor Day event, which we held at Spring Fling in 2019. It was rainy that day, so we were at the Hunt Center. Our primary goal for 2019 was to make sure that we were going to satisfy the requirements to be a Tree City USA. That was to create a tree board. And we work not only with planning and zoning, but also Parks and Rec and our Public Works Department. All three departments work really well together. And I've just really appreciated getting to know everyone in those departments that have been working with us and just seeing how the town functions. We had to have a tree care ordinance, which you all passed last year and which we helped kind of create some language for. We have to maintain a community forestry program, and the requirements for that is that the town spends $2 per capita that goes towards this program. And thank you, we meet that and exceed that. And then, of course, to hold an annual Arbor Day observance and proclamation. At this Spring Fling event, we gave away 50 pine trees, gave away lots of information about how to care for trees, and generally introduced ourselves to the public. In the fall, we recommended to the council that we modify the intended street tree replacement pilot program to concentrate on an infill program. In doing that, we were able to populate 2 streets here in town with 21 trees of 4 different species, which is adding to the aesthetics and the biodiversity of our town canopy. And the trees are beautiful. I drove by a couple weeks ago just to check on them and say hi. Mostly what we've been doing is informing and educating the public. At Holly Fest, we were really successful. We gave away almost 1,000 trees.
I remember.
Yeah,
Great.
it was fun. We also held a survey to see what the public was interested in as far as education, and we gave away, again, more information about proper tree care. What was great about these trees that we gave away is the town, I believe it was the Planning and Zoning Department, was clever enough to tag each tree. And so people could actually register the tree. And when the trees are registered, then we can follow up and ask them how the tree's doing. And then we can see which trees are growing the best. We can make changes when we give trees away again, just to see if we were successful in spending that money that way. I can tell you the 2 trees I took home are planted at Holly Ridge Elementary School, an oak tree and a dogwood, and they're both doing very well.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah.
All right, so 2020, not going as planned, but we were able to host a pruning class in the spring. It filled up very, very quickly with a wait list. We partnered with Bartlett Tree Experts and Ace Hardware. Everyone got a hands-on experience pruning trees over at Holly Springs High School, and they went home with some shearers so they could work on their own trees at home. We held our first annual Arbor Day tree planting at Team Park, and that was on Saturday, March 14th. We got it in just under the wire. We planted 3 service berry trees, and we're hoping those trees will provide a lot of color and aesthetics to that park. We've also, I'm playing a proactive role in assisting the town in updating the landscape regulations and preferred landscape lists moving forward. And since we can't hold any more programs as of right now, we've gotten creative and we're working with Bass Lake and an Eagle Scout candidate to create a tree hike identification at Bass Lake. We've already identified the trees that we're going to mark, so when people walk by, they can learn the names of the trees. And we're working with Bass Lake to expand their Discovery Backpack program to include one that's all about trees. So mostly I'm here to say thank you. A healthy urban forest has many benefits, including improvement in air and water quality. It improves property values. It decreases crime. It improves habitat for wildlife within town and can help create migration corridors for animals who need to migrate either east to west or north to south. It improves the health and well-being of our residents. So I want to say thank you for committing the energy, the time, and the money you already have to supporting our Tree Advisory Committee and our Healthy Urban Forest here in Holly Springs.
And Rachel, thank you for your service as chairperson.
Thank you.
And I think Gina Clapp may want to come up for a minute, our Director of Planning and Zoning. And it has a slideshow? No? Something like that. Oh, it's virtual, that's right. Don't go away, Rachel.
So I want to introduce virtually, and Jeff Wilson from IT is going to help me figure out how to do this. We're going to be welcoming Andrew. He is the program head for the Community and Urban Forestry Program with the NC Forest Service, and he has a very important announcement for the town today.
All right.
Good evening, folks. Well, it's a pleasure to be here, and congratulations on all your efforts. At a time when our lives, our health is the focus of our daily lives, it's my pleasure to be here today to celebrate the role trees play in protecting our human health and to present the town of Holly Springs with your first Tree City USA Award. Holly Springs is one of 81 cities and towns in North Carolina and one over 3,600 in the nation to receive this recognition. Tree City USA began in 1976 as a bicentennial project co-sponsored by the National Association of State Foresters and the USDA Forest Service. The National League of Cities and the U.S. Conference of Mayors are now co-sponsors as well. The Tree City USA program is a partnership between the North Carolina Forest Service and the National Arbor Day Foundation. Awards are presented annually to cities and towns that demonstrate a commitment to making their communities more livable by planting and caring for trees. Holly Springs has met the 4 criteria for this award, and Rachel mentioned them a bit. One is a public tree ordinance establishing policies for the management of trees located on street rights-of-ways, parks, and other public properties. A tree advisory committee or board or city department responsible for the care and management of the community's trees. A community forestry program with an annual expenditure of at least $2 per capita. And finally, an Arbor Day observance and proclamation to celebrate trees and the many benefits they provide. Today's celebration meets the requirement for next year's award. For a community forestry program to be effective, it takes the support and commitment of the entire community. In Holly Springs, the community forestry program thrives because of the combined dedication of the tree advisory board members, city staff, elected officials, business community, homeowners, and all the residents who take pride in improving the quality of life in Holly Springs through environmental stewardship. On behalf of the North Carolina Forest Service and the National Arbor Day Foundation, I am proud and pleased to present Holly Springs with your first Tree City USA Award.
Looks great, Gina. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, Gina. And then, so part of our delivery that we received announcing that we did have the award, obviously we have our plaque that we'll find a nice place here in Town Hall to display that. We also received 2 street signs, so we're going to find some good places to locate these Tree City USA signs to announce to our residents as well as those passing through all of the work that the town has been doing to create this wonderful tree-filled town. And I don't know where we want to fly it.
Oh, yeah.
Howdy dowdy.
So very exciting, and we'll make sure that we put all of these items to great use. And just want to thank the town council for all of your support this past year, especially in moving forward with this program. It's meant a lot to our staff, it's meant a lot to the advisory committee, and I know it means a lot to our residents in the community as well.
And Rachel, if you would come forward, I have a wonderful proclamation to give you. Please take that and use it wherever you want. Thank you again. Thank you, Gina.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you, Rachel. Good job. This goes in the New York Times, so smile.
Yes, you do.
There you go. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 7, public hearing, Overlook Townhomes A, 19-DP-19/19 SEU-11/20-WAV-12. And kicking this off would be Sean Ryan from our Planning and Zoning Department. And is Rachel here tonight? I didn't recognize her. She's hiding. And Rachel Jones, perhaps. So Sean, you're on, partner.
Thank you, Mayor. Sean Ryan with the Department of Planning and Zoning. This agenda item is a request for a special exception use waiver and development plan for the project known as Overlook Townhomes Site A. The purpose of this agenda item is to consider the development plan, special exception use, and the associated waiver. Tonight, we will conduct a quasi-judicial public hearing There will be some findings of fact and then a motion on the determination of the development plan. This project is located at 101 Holly Meadow Drive and 101 Shore House Way, located near the entrances to the Holly Glen and Overlook neighborhoods. The mixed-use option promotes integrated, diverse, and compatible uses into a single development. It is intended to be defined by unique and innovative design and pedestrian-friendly features. The Unified Development Ordinance provides for flexibility in site design, such as reduced building setbacks, higher residential density, and shared parking. This is the town's land use and character plan. As you can see, the property is designated as neighborhood center, and the image on the left-hand side of the screen comes from our land use and character plan to help illustrate the intent behind the neighborhood center. Neighborhood centers are intended to be small scale, provide goods and services to surrounding neighborhoods, be low intensity, unobtrusive in a scale and design that is compatible with nearby residential development. While this is primarily a commercial category, neighborhood centers may include office or residential on upper stories or at the edge of the neighborhood center. This is the current zoning map, the property highlighted in red. You can see it is currently zoned local business. The local business zoning district is primarily a low-intensity commercial zoning district. However, with the mixed-use option, we do allow for residential portions of that property to be developed with a special exception use, which is why we are here this evening. This is the proposed site plan. It proposes 22 townhomes, which is approximately 5 units per acre of density. 22.7% of the project is designated to commercial uses, which is a 6,600 square foot building located up against Avon Ferry Road. 77.3% of the project area is designated towards residential uses, which are the 22 townhomes located to the south or on the north side of the property behind the commercial. This slide shows some of the landscaping that goes along with this project. They are required to provide 10% of the project area as tree preservation area, which they have provided towards the north side of the project closest to the adjacent neighborhood. However, they are seeking a waiver of our 25% hardwood tree requirement for that tree preservation area. Portions of the project that are adjacent to existing residential zoning require a 20-foot opaque screening, and that's the darker green color on the image. And portions located adjacent to commercially zoned properties and along the thoroughfare require the open type screening, which is the lighter green color on the screen. Typically, I would show you building elevations. However, the applicant has not submitted building elevations for the townhomes or the commercial portion of the project for staff to evaluate in conformance with the Unified Development Ordinance. So if the town council does determine to approve this project, we are recommending a condition of approval that the elevations have to come back for review and approval of the town council. At this time, I'll invite Rachel Jones from our engineering department to go through the infrastructure requirements for this project.
Good evening, Rachel.
Good evening. So I will walk you through the utility and transportation requirements with the project. This is the proposed utility plan on the screen before you. You'll see the project boundary highlighted in red and the proposed water main through the site highlighted in blue that's connecting to existing public water. The green lines are the proposed public sewer improvements and also the public sewer utilities that will be provided to the site as it develops. With this project, a hydraulic water report and fire flow analysis was completed, as well as a downstream sewer evaluation. A transportation impact analysis was required with the project and completed for both sites A and B combined. Site A or B you'll see later in the next presentation. The map to your right identifies the study radius with the study intersections shown with a red circle at Ralph Stevens Road and Avon Ferry Road, Capeside Avenue and Avon Ferry Road, Cassholt Road and Avon Ferry Road. And to the southwest of the screen, we have Honeycutt Road and Cassholt intersection. And then finally, Holly Meadow Drive and Avon Ferry Road. So through the TIA evaluation, it was shown that a new traffic signal is needed at the intersection of Holly Meadow Drive and Avon Ferry Road to meet the requirements of the TIA as well as safety requirements at this intersection. The developer is proposing to design and install the traffic signal with the first phase of development, but is not committed to fully fund the cost of the signal. So this slide gets into more details of what that means moving forward. As previously mentioned, the TIA does call for a new traffic signal in order to sufficiently mitigate the project impact as well as meet safety standards at the intersection of Holly Meadow Drive and Avon Ferry Road. The developer has proposed to design and install that signal and pay a fee proportionate to the project impact. So in the table here on the screen, we have the total cost for the signal design and installation. This third column shows that 19% is what was indicated through the TIA evaluation as the project's proportionate impact. You have adjacent development that has committed to contribute 35% of the total cost for signal design and installation, which leaves 46% remaining to fully fund the cost of that signal installation and design. So should the town council vote to approve the TIA and site plans A and B this evening, that signal would have to be installed to meet the standards and ordinances as well as safety needs and requirements. There would be that financial gap that the developers proposing the town assist in bridging that gap. So the proposed solution by the developer is a financial partnership with the town with either reimbursement or funding the remaining financial contribution. With that, I'll invite up our planning board representative to speak to what the discussion is.
Hello, Thomas.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Tom Urquhart, Holly Springs Planning Board. The Planning Board did discuss this project. This is with reference to Overlook A. Discussed the issues and concerns on our April 28, 2020 meeting. The board at that time expressed concerns about additional traffic and the need for the stoplight. We also expressed concerns about the breakdown between the area of commercial versus residential, being that there's not enough commercial. If the project is best suited for the site, there were questions about that. And if the project is innovative enough, there were questions of whether the project is consistent with the new land use plan and the goals for the neighborhood centers, and why the tree preservation area needs a waiver. For planning board recommendations with regard to the UDO waiver for tree preservation area, the planning board recommended denial, 4 in favor and 5 against. Those voting against the motion were Mr. Brady, Mr. Crandall, Ms. Patterson, Mr. Stuckey, and myself. With regard to the special exemption use and development plan, the planning board recommended a unanimous denial, 9-0. And those voting against the motion were concerned again about the traffic and the preference for more commercial development, that the project was not the best use for this location. They expressed lack of innovation and proposed commercial residential mix. Another concern over traffic, the concern that the development does not fit with the new land use plan designation. The proposed use is not the best location. And there was also support of the technical review committee recommendation, I believe December of 2019, for more commercial.
Any questions of Thomas while he's here? All good?
Thanks.
Thomas, appreciate it.
With that, if you have any initial questions for staff, we'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, if we're ready for the public hearing, we can hear from the applicant.
Questions so far?
Two just quick fact questions, one for you, Sean, and one for Rachel. One is, can you just give us, you gave us the distances there for the setback, but can you give us the exact distance, if you can, from the closest townhome to the closest lot line property owner there?
I would have to pull out the plans to get you the exact measurement, but I can illustrate with some things that are dimensioned on the site here. This is the closest residential lot directly adjacent to the project. All of these lots through here, as well as some located across Shore House Way and across Holly Meadow Drive. We do require along Shore House Way and Holly Meadow Drive a minimum 30-foot wide landscape buffer, which is denoted by this bold line underneath the mouse here. And along the side property line of 20 feet, which is denoted by this line here. So on the north side, it's certainly greater than 20 feet. Most likely it looks about double that, so probably about 40 feet. And certainly it's much greater than 30-foot minimum here, but closer to the 30-foot minimum along Holly Meadow Drive.
Yeah, I was just looking at lot 11, looking closest there. It looked like probably 60 to 80 feet, somewhere in that range to the back of the actual townhome itself.
Right here. Yeah, that's probably an adequate estimate.
Okay.
If I could piggyback on that, Sean, real quick. The setbacks have to adhere to the local business zoning district. Is that correct? So the 30 foot and the 20 feet come from that and not from a residential use within that district?
So the setbacks come from the mixed use option that's part of the local business zoning district. So typically a local business zoned property would have a 30-foot building setback from an adjacent street. However, with the mixed use option, you do have the ability to reduce that setback to 10 feet. Now, in this case, the applicant has not reduced the setback to that 10-foot along Shore House Way or Holly Meadow Drive, since the buildings have not been pulled up to the street, which is the intent of that mixed use option. However, the setback has been reduced to 10 feet along Avent Ferry Road, where the building has been positioned up against the right of way.
Thanks.
Other questions?
Yeah, the second question was for Rachel, and that concerns what we're talking about at the end there, which is Avent Ferry Road. Rachel, could you just tell us on our comprehensive transportation plan when we may project getting Avent Ferry Road expanded all the way to a 4-lane expanded highway all the way, I would say, at least to Holly Meadow Drive, so the second exit or entrance to Holly going there.
So this intersection that's highlighted is Holly Meadow Drive and Avent Ferry Road.
Yeah, and I'm talking the second one.
Right.
So
Oh, okay. Further
one
down.
further to the southwest.
Gotcha. So we do have a phase 2 of Avent Ferry Road improvements that will follow phase 1 that is close to construction. The limits of phase 2 are from Ralph Stevens Road to Cass Holt Road. We've been in discussion with DOT and, attempting to propose extending that limit. We have not been successful to date. The design and contract has not been entered into with a consultant in the town for phase 2 at this time. So even the construction to Cass Holt Road, I would say at best is 3 years off. And then beyond that, we don't have a conceptual timeline at this time.
Thanks. Other questions? No? Now, Sean, was it the desire of the applicant to come up now during the public hearing and then we go on and not close at this point in time? We talked about that. Is that still correct?
Yes.
So I guess at this point, I'd ask the applicants to come forward and talk to us. And all you'd have to do, please, is your name, address, and then whatever you have to say. Thank you. Thank you for coming early.
Michael Blakely, 6728 Carbonton Road, Sanford, North Carolina, 27330.
Thank you.
A lot of my presentation is going to mirror what the staff so eloquently described. There's not but so much detail, as far as the basics. What we've done here, the reason why we asked for the variance on submitting the elevations is we actually have 5 builders that are interested in this project. So we were not sure who would actually do this project. So we did not have a definitive architectural plan to present to the board. However, one of the potential developers has provided us with this townhome elevation, which does not meet the town requirements as far as plan dimensions, but it does meet the town UDO requirements. We've also shown here a building that we had previously approved for on site B that was a project 10 years ago that meets the requirements of the town of Holly Springs. It had already been approved initially. So we're looking at that same style architectural building. So this is kind of gives you an idea of what we're looking at, what style of house, what type of neighborhood that we would like to present to the town. As detailed earlier, the location of these, we are surrounded to the north by single family residential. We have undeveloped land to the south, which has in the meantime has been developed as the Children's Lighthouse, which we are in collaboration with over the signal installation that is required, that we've agreed to put in at phase 1 of our project. To the east, we have Primo School, and then to the west, we have an existing single family home. The whole purpose in the layout of this project is to give a transitional zone between, how do I go back? A transitional zone between the commercial use and the single family home. And we felt like the townhome is a higher density use, but it's not an apartment type style. So you're looking at 5 units per acre versus, apartment style. So what we're trying to do is provide a transition area there and use green in between that transition area from the townhomes to the single family homes. As spoke earlier, the land use plan is for the neighborhood center. And what we've done is we've looked at this use, and by recommendation of the staff, based on when we started this project, the land use project, y'all had just approved it. And it was a recommendation of the staff to try to morph our project into meeting this new land use plan to meet y'all's vision of this property. And we did that with the market that we're seeing there. You develop a site based on the market. You develop what you can sell, and you're trying to do that and be in harmony with the existing uses there. So what we initially had was we had townhomes was the main use, and in discussion with the staff and the use of this land use plan, because we started this project over 2 years ago, discussion with the town, and we were trying to morph our project to match this land use plan and be a part of the vision that the staff and y'all as a council have seen for this area. So what we did is we decided we needed to stay in the local business, which the local business afforded us the option of having townhomes in there. And then we added commercial to it. And we felt like light commercial that was service-based, based on the surrounding uses, would be a good transition also for that lower density single family area. So kind of walked into this slide a little bit. Characteristics of the site. Obviously, we have 22% of the property is commercial, and then we have 22 residential family homes. And as you see, we positioned everything to be closer to Avents Ferry, trying to lessen impacts as much as possible. We have shown our tree save areas adjacent to the neighborhood. We have the 30-foot buffers that are required as part of commercial. We're basically meeting the requirements if this was a commercial site with residential also. Part of the UDO requires road interconnectivity, sidewalk interconnectivity, recreation areas, and intermingling of mixed uses. So what we've done is we have connections on Shorehouse Way, Avent Ferry Road, and pedestrian connections throughout the site. So basically, we have sidewalks along Avents Ferry that connect all the way to Shorehouse. And as part of the requirements for our submittal, there is not a sidewalk currently on Holly Meadow Drive. We are installing a sidewalk also along Holly Meadow Drive, therefore connecting more interconnectivity than the existing site. We went over, Rachel went over briefly about the infrastructural improvements. We coordinated with the staff, provided fire flow analysis of the system, found that the system is adequate for water supply. We did a downstream analysis of the sanitary sewer, which also included, if you see here, we have a green area highlighted here that we've agreed to install Children's Lighthouse a stub to them in the event that that project doesn't go through, that we will still have a stub there for any future development across Avents Ferry. And that was also a requirement of the staff. A hot point subject with this project and Site B are about the traffic improvements out there and the existing traffic issues that are there. Holly Meadow and Cape Side are, let me start with Cape Side. Cape Side is a very dangerous intersection. And one thing that we looked at in the initial TIA was Cape Side and Cass Holt and what our demand was on those sites. And in our initial TIA, we found that our impact on Cape Side was below the DOT requirements. So when we were discussing it with the staff, they still felt like it was a dangerous intersection, and we agreed. So what we were proposing is limiting the lefts out of that site because that is the dangerous movement there. So what we did is we're proposing a pork chop island to force people to make a right out. And they, at the ultimate section of Avents Ferry Road, this is going to be required anyway. Because you can see here from this slide that there is a left end to Cape Side, but the town's proposal ultimate section shows that Cape Side is only a right out. There's not a left out due to the alignment of those intersections. So obviously, if you limit a movement on Cape Side, it could have a possible impact on another intersection because you're getting more cars to that intersection. And I was talking with our traffic engineer, Jeff Hokum, which is here for any questions, specific questions that y'all have. And we were talking about the number of trips and the cars that were going to be rerouted through the development. And we're only talking like 5 to 8 cars per day because that you're only redirecting that traffic that would be making lefts, not the rights out of that intersection. As described before, we did do a traffic impact analysis. We initially analyzed the intersections as Rachel had described. And in those analysis, we found that Holly Meadow and Avon Ferry is a failing intersection at its existing condition. And our mitigation, obviously, is we're going to provide a signal. We are only responsible for 18% of that signal, but in order to improve the safety and and going forward with this project, we're willing to fund the additional 47% of the project, along with the 35% that the Shoulders Lighthouse is required to do in their fee in lieu. So we're fixing the traffic problem day one with this development. So, in talking with Rachel and Kendra, they indicated to me that there was not funding there for the town to do anything with this intersection now. So with this project, we're financing it for the town, and we are fixing an existing issue that the town has. And we're owning that we are adding impacts to that intersection and to the Holly Meadow. Cape Side Drive and Avons Ferry was a level service of C. And as I had described earlier, our mitigation there is the limit lefts. We had talked about just doing a sign, but who's going to police that? So what we're going to do is actually some infrastructure improvements there, adding a pork chop island to force those rights out. In our full build out at 2026, Holly Meadow Drive and Avons Ferry is a failing intersection, even without the proposed development, with the 5% growth that's required. Once again, we're mitigating that. We're putting a signal in now, day one. This kind of goes back over the percentages that we're responsible for the signal. And we are currently working on a developer's agreement with the town to provide that 47% that is lacking to give this signal to the project. In summary, what we've attempted with this project is we're trying to do a safe development of interconnectivity, cars, bicycles, pedestrians. We're trying to do a low impact landscape design. We're using best management practices as requires the post-storm 2 direction. We have tree preservation areas, and I want to touch on our waiver for the tree preservation areas. These two parcels, and I'll go ahead and talk about both of them. These two parcels were previously timbered, and most of the stand that come back was pines. So there's no existing hardwoods. What hardwoods are there are not even substantial enough to meet the tree ordinance requirements. So what we're going to do is we pick the best areas that we could and pick those areas with the most benefit to screening the project from the single family homes. And so what we've done is ask for that waiver and plan to plant those trees that aren't there that are meeting that 25%. So the waiver is not that we're trying to get away from having to do the tree save area. The tree save area is just not available in its existing condition. So we're going to plant those trees and get those trees established to meet that requirement. Traffic improvements to failing intersections. We went over that substantially. I feel like that's a hot point subject just based on comments from the public and the town. And we feel like that we are meeting all the requirements that the TIA has set forth and the staff. We've spent a lot of time on this over a year trying to come up with the best solution to make a safe, appropriate development to fit into these sites. Now, do you have any questions for me and I also, like I said, I have Jeff available for any traffic questions. Thank you for your time.
Any questions from the board
I have a couple.
or comments?
Imagine that the townhouses are here. Where are the amenities for these townhomes?
We have here next to the commercial building, we have a patio area. And then we have along here green areas with benches. And we also did this patio area to overlook this bioretention basin. And in doing it in that location, it could be both used by the townhomes and the commercial space. And the areas that we have shown meet the, I think it's 10% requirement of the UDO.
So, because this neighborhood long established, they have playground areas. What's going to stop these people from going over and using their facility? There's nothing here.
Right.
There's no play sets or.
Well, the demographics these townhomes are hitting are single adults, newly married couples, empty nesters. These townhomes aren't exactly a single family size type project.
What is the, and how do you say that? Why do we say that?
With just this size of the townhomes, and most people that go into townhomes, they're their starter homes. They're cheaper, no yard to maintain. Most townhomes, people do not have kids. I know that there is exceptions, but this size townhome and the type demographic that they're marketing to is not per se a large family.
And for parking, is there room, 2 cars in those driveways?
Yes, there'll be a garage and then one in the driveway for
So
2 stalls.
1 car garage?
1 car garage and one in the
One
driveway.
So then if there's extra cars, they're parking on the street?
Yes, there is guest parking on the street, and there is additional spaces added to the commercial portion for those spaces. So you have on-street parking. We're over and above the required amount for guest parking, which is 10% of the townhome requirements.
Other questions or comments?
I had one more. How did you
Go ahead.
determine only 5 cars? Because I'm pretty familiar with that neighborhood and all the kids that are going to the high school. I think only 5 cars is a really low estimate.
Can I have my traffic engineer come up and answer that?
I mean, just go there when the school starts for high school. I mean, there's more than 5.
Again, please introduce yourself and your address, please. Jeff. Sorry. That's all right.
I used to wear a mask that long. My name is Jeff Hokenuttle, 5410 Trinity Road, Suite 102, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27607. We did Timmons Group did the traffic impact analysis for this project. To answer your question, Michael did misspeak a little bit on that. I want to clarify what we're looking at for multifamily. Just let me run through the trip generation. We'll talk about the trips that come out just so we're all clear. What we're looking at for 43, and again, we combine A and B on this. So what we did, what we're looking at for 43 units, AM peak hour incoming vehicles are 5, outgoing vehicles are 16 for a total of 21 in the AM peak hour. PM peak hour incoming is 18, outgoing is 10 for a total of 28. This is from the 10th edition of the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual, 10th edition. That's a state guideline that's followed, NCDOT required manual that we use for trip generation. That's for phase 1. That's just the townhomes or just the residential portion. Commercial portion, we've got a little bit more trips incoming AM for the total, including shopping center, which the code that we use in the multifamily. 104 in, 77 out during the AM peak hour, which is 181 total. 61 in, 59 out during the PM peak hour, which is 120 total during the peak. Obviously, not all those folks are heading towards Cape Side, so it's kind of split. I wanted to also make a clarification on when we were talking about the percentage impact. Our percentage impact was calculated, including the trips that are currently at Cape Side making a left. We've translated all those trips over to Holly Meadow, and that percentage is the percentage of trips that we contributed, along with the percentage of trips that are being relocated from Cape Side Avenue over to Holly Meadow. That's how that 18% was calculated. So it's a little bit above and beyond what we're generating. We're actually taking into account what's already out there and trying to help fix the problem. And those are the projected trips using that 5% growth rate to 2026. Hopefully that answered your question, or maybe I went on a tangent.
No, that's fine.
Any further questions, Jeff? Seeing none. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Any further questions, the applicant?
Not for now.
We good?
Step one on
Go
the
ahead.
tree preservation waiver. So I think you were here for the couple items ago. We had a presentation about trees in Tree City, USA.
Right.
Right, wrong, or indifferent, this town and our residents are pretty passionate about trees. You're applying for a waiver to the tree preservation requirement that was instituted as part of our process to get to that place that we got to tonight. The staff report indicates there's adequate hardwood species and existing vegetation that would qualify you to meet the intent of the ordinance. Did you provide a sample for
did.
what species are out there and how that would meet that?
We did. That was part of our staff submittal, was to provide a sample area and then provide analysis of that area. And what happened is the area that was the most prominent tree area was the low point of the site where the SEM2 is. So we could not save those trees and meet the stormwater requirements. So we kind of had to adjust the site. And whenever I was doing the layout, I tried my best to keep that area prominent for the tree preservation area, but there was no way to make the site physically work. Even if this is developed as commercial, that SEM is still going to be in that same location because that's where the storm drainage outfall is. So what we did was, I felt like it was best if we have a tree preservation area, let's use its buffering ability to add it to the single family side of the project. And whenever we were talking with the staff, we were, like I said, we were having a lot of difficulties with meeting that tree preservation requirement. And they said, well, if you can ask for a waiver and plant those trees. There's nothing that says that you cannot plant those trees. So we're agreeing to plant those trees and meet that 25% requirement. It was just the site limitations with it only being 4.5 acres. We couldn't make it. Everything wasn't in the right place for us to save just those trees. And at that point, they were all also at the limit of the 25%. We would have had to ask for a waiver to meet that requirement based from our landscape architect.
Thanks.
Other questions or comments? Yeah, please.
You mentioned it being timbered. Do you know when that was timbered?
What year was it timbered? What year was it timbered?
Okay. Other questions or comments? Ready to go on?
Could I add one thing?
Sure, please.
The only other thing I wanted to add about the neighborhood center, in looking at the requirements of that and the size of this project, to meet all the indicated requirements of that, we were limited at 4.5 acres to provide that green area, that central business area. And we feel like that if these two projects are like 9 acres, if they were together, that neighborhood center would be more congruent to what y'all are looking for. And like I said, I just wanted to add to that we did not try to go against the grain here just purely because we wanted this type development, that we wanted, we weren't able to make it fit, basically. Because if you look at that diagram, it was like 4 acres just in the center part of it. And then it calls for more dense residential, which is what we're doing with the townhomes, and then to the single family. So what we're doing here is a modified version of that. I just wanted to reiterate with the size constraints of the parcel is why we're trying to present it with the area that we have available.
Okay. Thank you. At this point in time, we will continue with the public hearing, which is open. I have a favor. The favor is that we have 14 people signed up. That's a new record, and that's nothing wrong with that. I don't mean that demeaningly at all, but I would say this, and I've said it before. If someone that goes before you says essentially the same thing you want to say, you can just pass if you wish. If not, that's fine too. And I'm assuming that most of these comments will be on both A and B, but if it's only B, both A and B, and pretty much, I think that's what everybody signed up for. So I'll just start off with this. As I say, if
Mayor
some-
Sears, excuse me,
Yes.
but we have two more people who were sworn in after I came upstairs.
Okay,
Devin Kingston and PJ Farrell.
hang on a second. Tell me again, please.
Devin Kingston
Devin Kingston.
and
Okay.
PJ Farrell.
TJ Farrell.
PJ.
PJ.
TJ? PJ, sorry. Okay, got it. Okay, so let's give this a try. Starting off, first one signed up. And as you come forward, again, repeat your name and your address, please. And we'll start off with Michael Blakely. Michael?
The applicant.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right, you did. Hello. How about Mark McLaws? You already had your time.
Well, thank you, Town Council, for allowing me to speak today. Might I make a suggestion, as many of us are here to speak to both plans A and B.
Mhm.
Do we want to talk about Plan B first before we hear?
It really doesn't matter. I think we're,
Okay.
we're on A now, but if you want to speak on both, I think we can remember what you said. I don't know. We can do it either way. Whatever's your
well,
pleasure.
since they're proximal, my comments speak to both.
B?
So that's what I'll do today, and
Okay.
hopefully we can remember what we said here. So my objections are to the findings, facts presented in the special exemption and affidavit, claiming that the proposed use will not be injurious to the public health, safety, comfort, community moral standards, convenience, and general welfare, or will not injure or adversely affect the adjacent property values. Both claims propose that the development is in keeping with existing residential components and area. That's their argument. This doesn't really speak to safety, comfort, or moral standards of the community. My objection is based on the fact that the development is increasing the units in the overlook, which I'm a resident of. I live at 200 Shorehouse Way, which is diagonal to Site A development plan. That's adding about 40 units to what is a community of 80 houses. So that's a 50% increase of units. They provided parking for 2 automobiles, and we all know that if we were to poll everybody in the Holly Glen area, there's more than 2 vehicles per household. That means on-street parking will be prevalent in those communities. Now, looking at the map, this is what's being shown. Where exactly is that on-street parking going to take place? Is it in the corridor into the townhomes? And if so, what does that do to the traffic flow within that? Does that restrict it such that emergency vehicles can't pass through? If you're proposing a business at the end of that street, which I believe right now is planned to be a medical unit or a medical service of some sort, having emergency vehicle access unfettered to that street would be very important. The density that they're proposing here would increase the number of vehicles parked and traversing the roads in such a manner that would congest the streets and pose a risk to the inhabitants there, of which I'm one of them, just up the street. I can fully imagine that parking will become congested to the point where it will spill over into Shore House. And the little stub road that's right next to my property as well. This is not in keeping with the affidavit stating that it would not harm comfort or convenience of the neighborhood, and in fact may impede emergency vehicles into that area. In addition to this, and speaking to Site B a little bit, the proposal to limit traffic leaving the overlook on Cape Side to a left-hand turn heading west is simply not in keeping with how that intersection is currently used. So I spent some time observing traffic there, 84 cars traversing that intersection, and found that of those leaving the overlook, 91% turn left and head east. Forcing them now to turn right is not in keeping with the claims in the affidavit that it is not injuring the comfort or of the community. All those people who have been happily using this intersection to turn left will now be forced to turn right and find some way to turn around, which apparently will be at Holly Meadow at a new light, which is not fully funded. We all know that during peak hours, especially in the morning before school, traffic can be backed up beyond that intersection at Holly Meadow. And having people now have to wait to do a U-turn at that intersection is just not feasible. Therefore, they would most likely opt to drive through the neighborhood to take the intersection at Holly Meadow, which means all of the traffic for sites A and B will be emptying out of the overlook onto Holly Meadow Drive right past my house. A 50% increase is substantial to an area that already suffers from congestion at the Holly Meadow and Avon Ferry intersection during peak hours. I don't see anything in this site plan that would alleviate that. If anything, it would make it worse by diverting traffic from Cape Side to that same intersection. Right now, it's common knowledge that if you wish to sell your house in that area, that you should instruct your realtor to not show the house during peak traffic because of, for obvious reasons. That fact alone tells us that it is affecting the property values, or at least the resaleability of your house. And this plan does not do anything to alleviate it. It will exacerbate it. So the notion, or what's claimed in the affidavit, that it does not affect property values is also difficult to believe. So on the basis of what I've presented and the fact that the plan does not adequately provide evidence that supports its claim in the affidavit, I ask the town council to reject the proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Next is Matt Rennell. And again, if you can keep your comments now to 3 minutes or more, that's fine. It's not a restriction. It's just a suggestion. Name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Matt Rennell. Live at 425 Shore House Way in Holly Springs. Before I dive into my prepared remarks, I would like to add I moved out to Holly Springs 8 years ago with my wife. Prior to that, we lived in a townhouse with our daughter for 3 years. Thank you for taking the time to hear our concerns today. I know time is short, so I will get to my point. I am here because I, along with my wife and family, want to make it known that we are firmly against a special exemption to turn this space into mixed use from commercial. This proposal will add to what is already a congested traffic area along Avon Ferry, especially during the morning and evening commutes. Additionally, by turning Cape Side into a right turn only, it will force all of the traffic from the proposed townhomes, along with the 80 homes in the overlook, to cut through the neighborhood to exit the community, as a significant majority of the traffic needs to exit left out of the neighborhood to get to their destination. Those in support of this proposal might argue that there will be increased traffic, whether it's commercial or mixed use. However, if it's zoned commercial only, the traffic would be going in the opposite direction of the existing traffic during rush hour times. Additionally, it would not require all increased traffic to route directly through the neighborhood. The rerouting of traffic through our residential neighborhood has me concerned for a number of reasons, including the value of our homes, which will decrease due to the increased traffic noise with the destruction of the natural tree buffer. I am also concerned for the safety of our children. I have lived in this particular neighborhood for the last 8 months, and I can't tell you how many times I have seen children nearly hit by vehicles, whether they're speeding or not. If this additional traffic is added and subsequently forced through our neighborhood, it will almost certainly have an outcome no parent, driver, or community should ever have to face. When my wife and I moved into this neighborhood to give our girls a place to live where they could play with their friends outside, a nice, safe neighborhood with limited traffic to have to worry about. We knew going in, this land would eventually be turned into commercial property. This side of 55 could even use some more commercial, as it is so often built on the other side of town, and all we often see are more residential developments. In addition to the traffic and safety issues, I would like to point out this proposal would also increase the number of children in our community, children who would need to go to schools when our school is already capped at capacity. As you make your decision, I urge you to take each of these factors into consideration. I also hope you recognize that each person that showed up tonight is not just representing themselves. We are here representing our families and also our community, pleading with you to prevent our property values from decreasing, to keep our neighborhood roads from becoming high traffic areas, and most importantly, to keep our children safe. In closing, I'm asking each of you as members of the town council to listen to us, your constituents, and vote no on the special exception proposal.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Appreciate it. Scott Lindsay. Same role again. Name and address, please.
Shore House Way. I'll keep it brief. They covered most of what I was going to say, but basically, you right now, I've opposed the proposal. The traffic pattern is going to negatively impact the current residents, pedestrians, and drivers in the community. As it currently stands, you have cars parking on Cape Side, Oak Mall, Sam Shore House from time to time, which prevent 2 cars from going at one time. If you divert a lot of additional traffic through the neighborhood, it's going to be a safety risk, and you're going to have bottlenecks, people unable to pass. My house is at the intersection of Shore House and Oak Mall, so I'm going to have the brunt of the traffic come in front of my house. I have 3 children who are out there playing in the yard and the sidewalks and so forth. So as such, I think this is not the ideal development for the neighborhood as it is.
Thanks, sir.
I'll have to say.
Thank you, Scott. Melissa I want to say Miss Gahey. Am I close? I usually miss it the first time, but sometime I'm okay. Again, a reminder, you were here early. Name and address, please.
Melissa McGahee, 205 Cape Side Avenue. Thank you to the mayor and the council for letting me speak tonight. As mentioned in the project narrative for special use petition, they claim that it is design intent to provide both residential and commercial uses in harmony with the surrounding community. The commercial use will be located at the front of the property next to the bustling Avon Ferry thoroughfare. Clearly, that statement shows they know how busy these roads already are. Residents of Holly Glen are here tonight or have submitted signed affidavits to state that we do not consider this development in harmony with our community. After reviewing the special exemption documents filed, I completely disagree with the developer's statements of fact mentioned earlier about the public health and safety and convenience. For those of you who are unaware, I would like to point out to the council that the intersection of Holly Meadow and Shorehouse Way is the only bus stop for our entire section of the neighborhood for multiple middle schools and the high school. With an additional 50% of homes added to these two developments, I'm sure that there will be a few more middle schoolers and high schoolers to add to that load. So just be aware, there are additional stops inside of our neighborhood for the elementary schools, but that intersection is the only stop for those middle school and high schools. As a kindergarten teacher, that's a concern. Sorry, I gotta find my place. I had to change my thoughts when I was at the scene. There are currently 80 homes in the overlooked section of Holly Glen. Increased traffic through our small neighborhood streets will negatively impact families. With this development and the new right turn only exit at Cape Side, all but a small portion of individuals leaving our community will now be forced to exit through the access point on Holly Meadow. If you pay attention to page C713 on Site B's document plans, they also note that for the Primrose exit, they will add an additional section where that will then turn the Primrose entrance into right in and right out. I don't know about you, but I think that's a lot more cars that may potentially come through our neighborhood to be able to access that development and to also exit the commercial building on Site B. Development in this area without the realignment of Cass Holt and Cape Side is a recipe for disaster. Our family should know. We've been teaching our daughter to navigate to and from school using safety flags at a signaled crosswalk, and I'm currently teaching a 16-year-old how to drive through our area responsibly and safely. We do not teach her to turn left at Cape Side, just if anyone was wondering. The town has spent many hours through the years to create development plans designed with specific zonings to help develop responsibly. As in December of 2016, our Holly Glen community stood together to ask the council members to maintain the current zoning designations surrounding our neighborhood and to not add higher density homes. As mentioned in the special exemption, the townhomes provide a transition of higher density to lower density homes. Please maintain the current zoning and avoid development that adversely impacts our neighborhood community. Our interconnected developments throughout Holly Springs do not force traffic from those developments through neighborhood streets. I'm not a professional, so I was just looking at the developments on 55 that have multi-use and also those at Linksland that have mixed-use sites, but these locations offer adequate access out of those developments onto main thoroughfares without increasing traffic through those neighborhood streets. Interconnected neighborhood centers should provide for the daily needs of residents or improve access. This design does not do this. Please vote to keep the LB zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Craig Ashby, please. Craig? And again, repeat your name and address, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Craig Ashby. I live at 201 Highland Springs Lane in Holly Springs. I have lived in the Holly Glen community for 22 years, so I've seen a lot of changes in that time. I do not support either of these proposed developments. Given the density of population on the south side of the town from both existing and currently approved developments, the feasibility of evacuating in the event of an emergency is at best severely compromised and, if truth be told, non-existent. The willful addition of yet more bodies and traffic into that already overburdened equation is, in my opinion, completely unpardonable, constituting, as it does, an unacceptable public safety risk. With an existing traffic signal at the junction of Cass Holt and Avent Ferry, a new traffic signal at the junction of Holly Meadow and Avent Ferry is the last thing Avent Ferry needs. Avon Ferry needs to be 6 lanes, not 4, not 2, 6. Then perhaps we could dedicate 1 lane to the never-ending procession of slow-moving dump trucks which lumber up and down Avon Ferry on a daily basis. New developments and mean construction traffic, plus the noise pollution and inconvenience associated with the actual construction itself, impacting the adjacent neighbourhoods. Typically, these considerations seem to be totally glossed over in the relentless pursuit of profit. I hope the council will reject both these proposals. Thank you.
Hey, Craig, appreciate it. Thomas Rushing.
Thomas Rushing, 416 Shorehouse Way. I'll just add a few points because we do have a lot of the neighborhood here to voice their opinion, but a couple things I want to point out is, one, the town has spent a lot of time, money, and effort in developing a good plan for these areas, and they got the community input in doing that, and it's a good plan. We need to keep it in a neighborhood center. We don't have anything that we can walk to and go and sit and have ice cream or a dinner. That's the kind of things that we do want as a neighborhood that will bring us together as a community, which the neighborhood center would do. To add a little more, Holly Glen has 3 exits and entrances. This proposal basically is going to take it down to 2, plus add 40 additional properties, plus with the overlook being 80. Right now, I live on Shorehouse. I go out Cape Side every day, multiple times a day right now. And I think at least half of the traffic in the overlook section of Holly Glen does. Now you're going to take all of those 80 homes, plus 40 additional, take off 1 whole exit and bring them to the others. So we're going from 3 effective to 2 and adding traffic to those 2. Avon Ferry's not ready for that. You know, I mean, the light's not going to be funded. The town's going to have to come up with the additional money. The traffic that's going to be routed off of Cape Side is going to go mostly down Oak Moss, which is a very narrow road compared to Holly Meadow. So it's just traffic that we don't need. Someone did mention the fact that all the roads in Holly Glen and Holly Springs have street parking, and people park on both sides, and it gives you 1 lane. Again, adding 40 plus the ones that are already in the overlook using the other one coming down that street, it's going to be virtually impossible to see and to navigate effectively. You know, most of what I was going to say has been said, but I do want to point out those 2. It's just not what the town has already decided should be there. We had a good plan, and I don't see a need to change that.
Okay. Appreciate it. Thanks, Thomas. And again, if you have additional things to say, fine. You can always pass. Joe Simon would be next. Oh, Joe.
My name is Joe Simon, 309 Cape Side Avenue, Holly Springs. I'm not as well spoken as I guess everybody else here. Not as well prepared either. My only concern is we can't handle more traffic, which everybody already came up with. 2, my kids. And that's really it. I don't need my kid getting hit by a car. There's nothing somebody could say to apologize, to say, you know what, I didn't see your kid from like coming out from a car. You know, and that's basically it. And that's all I really have to say. Just, I traveled down Avon Ferry. I'm actually one of the ones that do make that right turn. So for me, I can care less of, well, I can't say that, but it's backed up every morning, and I leave my house at around about 7:15. At 7:15, the traffic is already going towards 55, but it's all the way backed up to, I forget that neighborhood that they just put up, the same people that wanted to build in the Woods property, Cal Atlantic Homes. But it's all the way backed up to there. Avon Ferry can't handle, I guess, the more traffic, and nobody's going to let people say, okay, here, go. And that's really all I have to say.
Very good, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Meredith, I'll have to try on this name, Shepner. Am I close? Meredith? I'm sorry?
She's coming.
Somebody have to get her.
Is she outside?
He's coming.
Might want to give an on deck. Might want to give an on.
Who's on deck?
Who's on deck, Mayor?
Okay.
There she is.
That's not a problem. You're on. Name and address, and then Jennifer Johnson, if you're downstairs, come on up. Go ahead.
Meredith Shepner, 204 Cape Side Avenue, Holly Glen, Holly Springs. Hello, esteemed council members and neighbors. My name is Meredith Shepner. As I said, and my family, including one human child and 2 crazy fur babies, live in the overlook section of Holly Glen. Right off the bat, I want to thank you for all of your fabulous service and contributions to our wonderful town. As much younger people, as my 12-year-old kid would now say, back in the dark ages, we lived in Raleigh, loved it, and soaked up all the fun, engaging arts and entertainment, and yes, the nightlife, from what I remember. Enter our human child, and suddenly, our priorities changed, as I'm sure most people here can attest to. We then moved to Fuquay Arena for 10 years and kept hearing very positive and charming and growth opportunities about Holly Springs. Then, bam, here we are, 6 years later, loving Holly Springs for all of the fun, family activities, safe environments, neat stores and shops, with a little tinge of hope for a little more non-Cheney restaurants in the future. But I digress. We as a community are very concerned about this building proposal in front of Holly Glen, both A and B, which is why we're all here, and these are some of mine. Number one, I worry that the types of businesses in the mixed use section will be inconsistent with the neighborhood feel. I purposefully bought my house in Holly Glen because I wanted a charming neighborhood feel for my family, not a city feel. Number two, the proposed traffic situation change through Holly Glen and a right turn only onto Avon Ferry is not only hideous, in my opinion, considering the traffic issues already faced, but incredibly dangerous for the residents, especially our precious children that regularly play in and around our neighborhood. Number three, I'm concerned the timeline to completion will cause significant disruptions. What is the approximate time from groundbreaking until the first certificate of occupancy is issued and then to completion? Number four, I understand that developers will get the land ready and then sell to a builder. What guarantees are provided to the residents as to what exactly will be built? Number five, I'm concerned that the construction noise will start early and end late, including weekends. If this special exception by the firm Buckhaven Development Group is approved, will there be noise ordinances set forth as to appropriate times for the construction to begin and end daily? Number seven, it looks like there's a stormwater pond, so I'm concerned it will bring more mosquitoes and bugs, which will ultimately impact our property value. Will it be a wet or dry pond? I'm assuming and hoping that there will be a landscaping plan in and around it. Council, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to speak and be heard tonight. I'm certain that you now understand that I, Meredith Linda Lasky Shepner, vehemently oppose this development, both Site A and Site B, for numerous reasons as previously stated. Please leave our charming enclave as it is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Meredith. Jennifer Johnson.
It's on deck.
Catherine Cornball is on deck.
Travel you have to excuse
I
us.
totally understand.
Good
Name and-
evening, everyone.
Name and address again.
My name is Jennifer, Dr. Jennifer Trafficante Johnson. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you guys tonight. While I echo many of the sentiments that my fellow residents have already shared, I did want to just share a couple of pearls that I was able to find. I recently heard that there have been 292 townhomes that have been approved that are going to be built by Mungo Homes that will be at the junction of Ralph Stevens and Avon Ferry. This makes 40 townhomes in our little section of the neighborhood completely obsolete. These townhomes are different. They're not encroaching on a well-established neighborhood. They're appropriately planned and spaced out and will not have the same kind of impact as what we're talking about here tonight. Holly Springs prides itself on its small town roots. It's something that is part of the charm that we all feel. I look around every day and I'm seeing more Cary and more Apex. We have 800 new homes that are being developed, moving further down on Avon Ferry towards New Hill. We have an opportunity to harness a unique opportunity for a commercial space that can enhance these local businesses. These local businesses creating the village that Holly Springs so desperately is supposed to be a part of. Let's enhance our neighborhood instead of compromising the severe issues that we all feel every single day. And as a personal plea, since I live at 104 Holly Glen Court, please stay out of my backyard. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Colleen Bradley, and on deck is Marilyn Schaefer. Pardon? Sorry?
Catherine Cornball is next.
Oh, I'm sorry, Catherine, that's right. Sorry. I got a big list here. Catherine, you're on, sorry.
Okay. Catherine Cornbaugh, 513 Avent Meadows Lane. My family moved to Braxton Village in 2000. So we've lived off of Avent Ferry for over 20 years. We moved to Holly Glen in 2013. As many of you know, including Mayor Sears, at that time, Avent Ferry, you turned at Dewars and you went all the way down Avent Ferry. There was no stop signs. There were no traffic lights. And in fact, after Braxton, you could open up your car 55 all the way to Harris Lake. A lot has changed. We moved to Holly Springs over Carrier Apex because of the trees, the larger lots, the family farm, and the small town feel. Now there are over 2,000 homes directly off Avent Ferry, 3 schools, numerous other homes that feed into Avent Ferry, and subdivisions that feed onto that road. Not to mention the approximately 1,000 homes that have been approved, but not yet developed. And we're forgetting about that additional traffic for those homes further down that are not occupied, that are still being developed, but have been approved by town council. And the 292 townhomes across from Sheets that have already been approved. And there's also more townhomes and homes behind Sheets, which is actually right behind this section here, that are being proposed too. And I don't remember the exact number, but it's several hundred. In addition, all that and Avent Ferry has not changed hardly at all, except for a few turn lanes. We've been promised that Avent Ferry is going to be widened for, I think, close to 15 years. I can't remember the exact year, but I know it's when the schools were built and when they're building the bypass. So forgive me if I don't believe it's going to happen phase 2. With COVID, we know that funding with the DOT is probably going to change a little bit. And they also stated that once you get past the schools, Avent Ferry has no plan to be widened, despite the 1,000 homes that are being planned further down there. It's still going to be the same sleepy 2-lane country road that it's been for the last 20 years. So forgive me, but I don't think anything should be approved until it is actually built. We should have no more of these subdivisions built and approved off of Avent Ferry until we actually have the infrastructure in place, not promised, but in place. And not to mention that Avent Ferry is an emergency exit route for Sharon Harris. What used to take 5 minutes to get to Town Hall, we are pushing 20 minutes today to get here. Furthermore, the plan to have all the residential and commercial traffic having to use Shore House and Cape Side is absurd. I have friends there, my kids play there, I live further back in the subdivision, but I have sat on those porches and had sweet tea with my neighbors and watched the kids play. They play in the road. They play all around that road because it is such a quiet, sleepy road. All of this traffic will be diverted into that road with cars parked on both sides. And as Joe said, it's going to be a real danger for the kids. Finally, even in the name, the overlooked townhomes, this is implying that this section is going to be part of the Holly Glen neighborhood and the Holly Glen HOA. These townhomes have no amenities. There is no planned pool. There is no planned playground. There is no amenities planned for any of these townhomes. So who's going to bear the burden of all of these children and people for the amenities? Holly Glen Homeowners Association. A lot of our things are not like our playground. It's wide open. It's not restricted. We are going to have to bear the burden of this. So is the developer going to request to join our HOA? Or are they going to be advertising that they are a part of the HOA? Because I know when people come by there, they're going to see that huge big pool and slide, and they're going to think the overlook of Holly Glen is going to be part of that HOA. Our amenities are at maximum capacity as is. We have over 850 homes already. Our budgets and amenities are at max capacity. I know personally, and I think I express the feelings of the rest of the HOA, we don't want any more members to our HOA. We're capped out. We don't want anybody else in there. And we feel that it's being forced upon us without us being asked. And we have no desire to add more homes. So I hope you take the advice and deny this.
Thank you. Next would be Colleen Bradley with Melena Staffer, I hope, is on deck. Hi there. Name and address again, please.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, everybody else took their mask off. So I thought,
No,
Oh, sure.
name and address.
oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're good.
sorry. I thought you said take your mask off here.
You're
I can
6
do that.
feet.
My name is Colleen Bradley. My address is 305 Avent Meadows Lane in Holly Glen. I appreciate, number one, the mayor and the board members to let us come and speak out tonight. I am an OR nurse that works at Big Rex. I have been here about 12 years. I have been here a couple of years ago when we had other developments apply here. I graduated from Western Carolina University about at least 40 years ago, and I did a lot of clinicals up in the mountains. We were real excited to move here in Holly Glen because it was coming from a farming community. It was a small area and it was developing and growing. But imagine my dismay when I worked a lot in the rural mountains of Western Carolina, went to some of the high schools to do my clinicals. And the high schools had a 4-lane highway and a turning lane to each one. And they didn't have attachment of an elementary school or a middle school to them. And I get here to Holly Springs and I see a lot of traffic going on. You have a high school, a middle school, and an elementary school. And you have a 2-lane highway that sort of had a little turning lane. They improved on it over the years. So furthermore, from that aspect of it, throughout the years growing here, we have more residential areas growing and growing and growing. Now I go to work, I work at Big Rex. I go to work at between 5 and 5:30 in the morning. And there's usually anywhere from 4, 5, 6 cars when I actually get to the stop sign at Avent Ferry. And it usually takes me approximately 10 to 15 minutes to get to US 1. And I usually the next 10 to 15 minutes, depending on the traffic on US 1, to get to Big Rex at that time of morning. When I'm delayed with my scheduling and go between 7 and 7:15 in the morning, it usually takes me anywhere from 7 minutes to 12 and a half minutes, and I've timed it many times. That is my job, to be accurate and observant. And just to get out of the development and take a left-hand turn onto Avent Ferry. And then it takes me anywhere from 10 to 15 and one time 21 minutes to get to Highway 55, to take a left turn onto Highway 55. It took me anywhere from 40 minutes to an hour and a half to get to Big Rex. So we have a lot of congestion there. I'm not going to elaborate on that because many people have already done that, but it is a safety issue. My other biggest concern, which I spoke to you all in the past, as well as these highways are jammed. They did do a Band-Aid aspect on doing the turnabouts on 55, and it has relieved it somewhat at certain times. But the bottom line is anybody who has a heart attack, anybody who has a stroke, even with our hospital being built here, we are limited on our time of getting to that patient and saving their life, especially with an MI, a heart attack, excuse me. You usually have within 10 minutes. I am a BLS instructor and a pediatric advanced life-saving instructor, and I'm ACLS certified. I do know my facts, and I'm backed up by American Heart Association. My concern here again is we are jam-packed with traffic, and as much as they try, there are many areas that ambulances will not be able to get by. We have all these developments developing 500 homes, 1,000 homes, and you can double the car capacity on that as well. Many of us try to go to the roundabout back by Harris Lake. That's now jam-packed all the time. We try to take that shortcut. So that's not even an avenue to get through as well either. So it's not a matter of just inconvenience of traffic. And I really wish we could sit here for 10 minutes, everybody silently, because I have learned through my teaching process, visual works a lot better for most people than just discussion, that we could just sit here in silence and see how you would feel waiting in a car trying to make a left-hand turn out of your own development. It's very, very, very frustrating. And we love this community. Everybody loves this community, or else we wouldn't still be here. But it is a main issue, and the traffic has increased. Many times children crossing across the street to the schools have almost gotten sick. I haven't envisioned that. They've almost gotten hit by the cars, and the cars are not going that fast. They get frustrated waiting to cross, and sometimes the lights don't turn as quickly as we would like them to. And that is a big, big, big concern, I would think, for our community as well as for myself. And in addition to that, we have been very, very frustrated with more traffic coming in and out of there that don't belong there as well. People get very confused when they are coming from the Harris Teeter area, going towards Penrose. A lot of people end up going into the right-hand traffic lane and don't realize they're supposed to turn into Penrose first and then go back to our community. So that whole intersection, that little intersection in there is extremely confusing. So when you're talking about a development going to direct the traffic to do a right-hand turn and go down and make a U-turn on our Holly Meadows, that's a crisis. I mean, I'm just going to tell you right now, you need to go out there and see that. And in addition to that, those gentlemen who quoted how much traffic was going at that time, 5 or 6 cars, we are in a pandemic right now still. So maybe that was true at an hour or whatever. I would really like to hear how long a period of time they observe those cars and everything else, because even at 5:30 in the morning, we have more traffic going on than 5 or 6 cars. So I thank you very much, and I hope you'll take that in consideration. Obviously, I'm against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Melina Stauffer. Come on down. Again, your name is, and Gina Farrell is on deck.
My name is Melanie Stauffer. I live at 221 Harbor Fog Trail in Holly Springs in the Holly Glen neighborhood. In addition to what everybody else has already shared today, I just wanted to bring up a couple other points that I had. I actually have 3 14-year-old boys that when these townhouses are fully built, because I expect it to take a couple of years, will be learning to drive. So you now have 3 new kids learning how to drive, and they are not able to turn left off of their street. They have additional traffic that is coming in. It's just a hazard for anybody, let alone new drivers. We have a lot of kids in our neighborhood, and over the years, they're also going to become new drivers and having to now navigate additional congestion is going to make it difficult for them. The other things that I'd like to point out, hold on one second, is that restricting the left-hand turns, while it will make the intersection safer, the additional traffic of 40 condos would produce through the neighborhood also makes it difficult for emergency vehicles, as some people have said. And it puts our children at risk that are playing. I can tell you that over this weekend when we had nice weather, and if we hadn't had rain today, that I would have seen at least 30 kids out playing on the road and on the sidewalk. And we all know in the neighborhood
that those kids are there and drive responsibly. We can't guarantee with the additional traffic coming in that will happen. Finally, because again, a lot of what I had to say has already been said, is on my way here, it took me 5 minutes to turn left. It's not a peak traffic time. There was not a lot of, it wasn't, school's not in session, businesses aren't open, and it still took a long time to turn left. If we now have to all be routed and the 80 houses in Overlook plus the 40 of these townhouses are all now trying to leave on a 6:30 on a Tuesday night, that's going to add another 10 to 15 minutes anytime we want to go somewhere. That's not why we moved into this neighborhood. We moved into it because of the small town feeling of being able to be connected to the town and being able to quickly get to where we need to go. And with these proposed condos, I don't feel that will happen. It also doesn't go along with the plan to build responsibly. And so I ask that you guys all vote to not pass this.
Thank you. Gina Farrell. On deck is Devin. Is it Kingston, Madam Clerk? Kingston? Was it? Okay. Got that right. Hi there. Name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Gina Farrell. I live at 200 Magnolia Meadow Way in Holly Springs. I think it's really ironic that when we got here tonight, one of the first things that I heard was about the Arbor Day celebration and how proud we are of being a tree city, because I am also very proud of that. So guess what? I am in agreement with everything that everyone just said, and I don't think I have to say anything else, so that is it. Thank you.
You got it. Thank you. Devin Kingston. Oh, Devin. Name and address, please. And PJ is next and last, I think. No?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. My name is Duron Kingston. That's an R, not a V. And I currently reside at 100 Holly Glen Court. All right, so I'm asking you guys to vote no on the proposal because as of February 4th, 2020, 17 of Wake County elementary schools are capped. One of which is Holly Grove Elementary. Now currently, Holly Grove, the crowding is at 115%. And new students are expected to be directed to Holly Springs Elementary School. That's about 3.5 to 4 miles away. Now, some of the factors that are used for considering whether a school is capped, and I'm not going to list all of them, but just the ones that currently affect the reasoning for Holly Grove to be capped right now, is the class size legislation. Right now for 2020, the recommended class size for elementary for kindergarten is 19 to 1. And for next year, it's going to be 20 to 1. Another point is that the school must be able to accommodate students living in their base prior to the cap. When core facilities have been significantly overloaded by enrollment, that's another reason. And these facilities could be dining, parking, pedestrian, vehicle, traffic, toilets, media, student support, etc. Now, when a school has used all means of accommodating students, staff, and programs to include sharing and floating educational programs, that's another reason why the school is capped. Now, another reason is when attending enrollments reflects that the base growth projects significant enrollment beyond the current capacity. That's another reason. All right, now I just wanted to make you guys aware that I did get this information from Wake County's public schools website. Now, one of the biggest points that people make for why year-round schools are appropriate as opposed to traditional is the argument would be that it's more efficient, a more efficient use of school space, especially during the times of summer. Kids can be going to school when instead of school being closed. Now, I'm not sure about you, but this is my first time experiencing year-round school, and I'm not too fond of the fact that my kindergartner and my second grader, every time they track back in, you know, they're in a different classroom, right? And, you know, with tracking into a different classroom, that's an experience that like starting over their whole experience and being in that grade. That's a new decor, a new cubby location, new bathroom location, just a whole different environment than they were in, you know, 3 weeks prior. Now the school is already packed with current and planned developments directly within the zone for Holly Grove Elementary, and you know we're all aware that within that zone there's so many other new developments going on that will add students to the school, or more than likely ship them off to Holly Springs Elementary. But the traffic right now is the traffic right now during school hours, both morning and at the end, is a lot. And currently a redirection of the traffic where they're basically going to be creating a one-way where there's usually a two-way. I don't see how that's going to benefit during that period of rush hour. Now earlier we were shown a traffic impact study by the developers, but I you know, one thing I was wondering is like, at what time of the day did they do that study? You know, was it at night? Because when you say that you've seen, you know, less than 10 cars turn left on Cape Side, I mean, that's impossible unless it's late at night. The other thing that I think we also need to take into consideration is the fact that we're currently in a pandemic, and if you did your study during this period, you're not going to get an accurate traffic analysis because the schools are out. You know, there's no traffic going to and from. Now, I just wrote this down recently, but you know, on behalf of the Holly Glen residents, we're not the ones who have an issue with that left turn. And a survey would show that most of us, if not all of us, have never complained about that left turn being an issue. And with regards to the remark that the townhouses tend to not have children, I mean, 5 years ago, I was living in the townhouse and I had 3 children. I mean, you know, children live in condos, children live in apartments, and children live in single family houses and multi-family houses. So please don't say children don't live in townhouses.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. PJ Farrell. And I think on deck is Baxter Walker. You did sign up, right? You thought, no. Okay. Somebody erased your name, so I just thought.
PJ Farrell, 200 Magnolia Meadow Way. I'll keep it brief. My neighbors have said it all. I'm completely against this development. But I also think we got an issue because there's a lot of people who have signed up to speak. So I don't think we're finished. There's a bunch of people outside the door and then here. There must be a sheet missing
Oh
somewhere.
my, there's a.
It's on the back.
So with that,
Yeah.
I'm against it. I hope you guys vote no.
Thanks for letting us know that.
Okay. Let's go next with Baxter Walker. Maybe you're on the other sheet, Baxter. I didn't even see it. I'm sorry.
Evening, Baxter Walker, 305 Acorn Falls Court in Holly Glen. Thank you, Town Council. A lot's been discussed already. So my opinion and perspective of this property, both sites, is they're ideally located to be purely commercial. It's currently local business zoning. Primary use allows for that. And this being a neighborhood center that would serve the Holly Glen and other neighborhoods in that area is where this is positioned to be. Traffic's been discussed a lot. We've all heard the story of you're not in traffic, you are traffic. We've all heard that. However, the issue with this is the redirected traffic. Going from Cape Side to Avent Ferry, generally if you're going inbound, you have to stop to allow people in. The same thing happens if you're coming off of Holly Meadow. That's the way it is currently. If it's adjusted to be in a right out, this is just, again, going to drive more traffic back through the current overlook, which to me, that's the bigger concern, is the redirected traffic. Lastly, I was on the board, I served on the board, the advisory board for the revision Holly Springs last year. And in my opinion, the proposed plan is not consistent with revision and what the town wants for a property such as this. Thank you.
Thank you, Baxter.
Thanks, Bush.
Okay, we have 13 people left, so I'm going to again request that what you bring up is maybe new information, or we get caught, one of the two. I'm only kidding. Jonathan, and I'm going to have help on the last name. Benin something.
We're just put on coffee.
You can help me on this, right? And Wendy, you're on deck.
Jonathan Benencosa, 304 Cape Side Avenue. I'll keep it brief. Honorable members of Town Council, Mayor Sears, thank you for having us. Generally came to refute the filing for a special exception by the firm Blackburn Development Group for both Site A and Site B. Because it doesn't align well with the Town of Holly Springs comprehensive plan and all the work that was done in 2017 and how that aligns with neighborhood center. That's what our neighborhood's looking forward much for that neighborhood center to come through. That's really it for me. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, sir. Thanks. Wendy Dakima, close enough? And Justin Armstrong, I got that one.
It's
It's on
okay.
deck.
I didn't know how to pronounce it either. I tried to marry a Smith. It didn't work. My name is Wendy Dykema. I live at 108 Holly Glen Court. Thank you, Mayor and Town Council, for having us and being so patient. Obviously, this is something we're very passionate about as a community, but I personally just want to state my opinions with information. I've taken a good look at the vision of the town. I've often wondered why it's so awesome here. And on page 10 of the vision of the town, the land and use is to all interconnectivity designs will be to improve access. In the land use and character plan on page 19, it's to improve the ability to live in close proximity to employment, goods, services, and amenities, to create reduction in traffic and parking needs. Page 20, connectivity is achieved, ... when the number of routes to and from a destination is maximized. So from what we've seen, that does not happen. It's minimized. And so that said, little note of fact, Shore House and Holly Meadow intersection is a bus stop for elementary. And there is a sidewalk on Avent Ferry, and there's one on Holly Meadow, not on that particular side, but there is one. And last fact has to do with conservation. On page 21 of the vision, it says in residential neighborhoods, there needs to be a balance of preserved natural features, not planted, such as trees, streams with more formal landscape features, including street trees and parks too. But this particular area, site A and B, if we put them in one, they are only one of two preserve natural features that we have. So this would eliminate one of our two. And all the woods behind Holly Glen does not even belong to us. So we need to preserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Justin Armstrong and David Akima is on deck. Again, name and names, please, Justin.
All right, Justin Armstrong, 100 Shorehouse Way, Holly Springs. Thank you for having all of us. I think we all definitely appreciate the opportunity to speak up for this. Most everybody brought up everything that I could clearly bring up. The only thing I was asked to bring was facts. And the only real hard fact I have is in a recent study that I looked up, Raleigh, which in extension maybe you could say Wake County, has 1.9 cars per home. So by adding 43 new townhomes, you're adding a potential additional 82 cars to 80 homes already. So now you're talking about potentially 234 cars. And if you could all see the plan here, 100 Shorehouse Way is on the corner directly across the street from here. So that would mean that every single car, when all the traffic pattern gets fixed and everything, every single car would pass by my home and through that bus stop. 234 cars a day. Because even if you're in this townhomes here, you're certainly going to go out and try to get out by the light. Already, the traffic backs up past that corner every morning pre-COVID. Every morning already. So I know traffic seems to be the big theme tonight, and it clearly is. My concerns are then another fold on the street parking would be necessary if you're just doing the simple math. So now you're going to be parking in front of my house, essentially making Shorehouse Way a one-way street because there's no room for on-the-street parking and 2 lanes of traffic. So if there's traffic coming in the morning, coming down there, and there's cars parked on the street, how's an ambulance, a fire truck, or a bus, or another car going to get through there? This ingress egress, to me, destroys my property. It eliminates my daughter being able to do anything on the street, and we're learning how to ride a bike right now. So this is really damaging to my home, and my neighbors here, I know, always get a little emotional when I speak in front of people, and I do it for a job. Also, the retention pond, I know was brought up earlier too about mosquitoes, and if it's dry or wet, I mean, again, that's directly across the street from my house. So I hope someone's going to pay the bug bill for me or help me out in that way, but I am vigorously opposed to this, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks. David Akina, again. I think it's Christian Ioannis is next on deck.
All right, my name is David Dykema. I live at 108 Holly Glen Court. Good evening, Mayor, Town Council. Thankful for this chance of a quasi-judicial hearing. Gives us a chance to give you our opinions, give you feedback on this proposal. In honor of this Tree City proposal or this award that we got, I am a proud owner of one of those Coosa dogwoods that's sitting in a pot and about to get replanted in my front yard. If you approve this deviation from 30 feet to 10 feet, you would totally knock out an extensive wooded area and take away our habitat for local wildlife. And you're also endangering the children with the increased traffic. This is not low obtrusive as it was claimed. And I fully support a traffic light at Holly Meadow and Auburn Ferry, but this promise is basically casting over the city with over half the bill. And there is already, just a fact check, some people already pointed out, there is a sidewalk on Holly Meadow on the right side as you exit. And that's good enough because I think everybody else said, but if it's a hardwood area, just a fact, it kind of takes 10 to 25 years for those to grow. So that's going to take a while, depending on how long this builds. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Thanks. Listen, Ioannis, am I correct? Or close enough? You can repeat the name and I'll remember it. And Jennifer Perkins, you're next on deck.
My name is Christian Janos. I live in Holly Springs on Shorehouse Way, 104 Shorehouse Way. I subscribe to everything what my neighbor said here. but I just want to add some points that I observed living on Shore House Way. My house is located exactly in the front of the entrance to the new development. And I already see the traffic that is there and the peak hours. In the morning, the lines is backed up on Shore House Way. Cars trying to make a left turn on Holy Meadow and then on Avon Ferry. I can't imagine how the traffic will look there with another, how my neighbor said, another 80 cars or so that will come out from the new development. I also want to emphasize that there is a bus stop and there are about 5 or 6 buses from different schools that are coming there every day to pick up kids. And about the same number of buses that drop the kids from school. There are a lot of kids, a lot of children that are there when the bus are coming. Another thing that I will want to add, and I heard people were talking about the elevation, and I'm not sure I understood these technical terms, but the way this new development is located, it's somewhere uphill, and our all houses on Shore House Way are downhill, and we are like on a stage from the new development. And I also subscribe to everything what my neighbors said. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you tonight, and I please ask you to vote against this.
Thanks.
Thank you. Jennifer Berkins with Michael Fassett on deck. Jennifer Berkins, maybe outside? Anybody there? Put that on hold for a minute, I guess. How about Michael Fassett? No, maybe they left. Jessica Perry. Yay. Brenda Priest, if she's here, you're on deck. I don't see her, did you?
He's here. I see Brenda.
Okay, I see her. Name and address, please.
My name is Jessica Perry, 109 Oak Moss Trail in Holly Springs. And I appreciate the time to speak tonight as well. I thank you guys for all serving our community, a community I really am proud to be a member of. So I appreciate that. I'm speaking tonight to oppose the special exemption that's been presented tonight. And based on many of the facts that our friends and our neighbors have presented, I live on Oak Moss Trail, which is close to the site B that's not been presented yet, which would become a through street for many of these people that are no longer allowed to turn left from Cape Side to Avon Ferry. So I know that everybody's talked about traffic and talked about everything already, but I don't think they realize, the gentleman that spoke a couple before me said there'd be about 230 cars. I leave my house several times a day. I have several kids that take to different schools. So even though that's the number of cars, that's not the number of times those people are gonna go past their houses. That's gonna be at extreme numbers. And I'm not sure where the developer got the number 6 to 8 or whatever they said, but my estimates are in the hundreds. Just based on how many times I leave my house, the 40 some townhouses being developed, the 80 current residents of the overlook part of Holly Glen. And this is something that I think is interesting. They said that they would advise people to take a right out of Cape Side to go down and make a U-turn that's not even there, and isn't feasible at rush hour anyway. There's no way you could make a U-turn to come back towards Holly Springs at 7 a.m. No one that's backed up for 2 to 3 miles past there. So that's not even feasible. So everyone would be rerouted through our streets. And that also means business traffic. So you're not just talking residential, you're talking, they're routing employees, they're routing patrons through our street. My street is Oak Moss Trail, I've mentioned that. It consists of 8 houses. It's small, it's quiet, but we have a lot of cars already. We have 3 cars. My neighbor has 4 cars. Another neighbor has 4 cars. people think, oh, there's 1 point. There's a lot of cars already that are taking up this space. My husband's going to speak later and talk about the width of our street and things like that, but it's not feasible. So I want to talk about that, and also just the safety of our kids. I have kids that range in age from 5 to 16. And my 13-year-old goes to me the other day, he goes, isn't it weird? We live about a minute from middle school and I'm not allowed to walk there. And I'm like, I thought, that is pretty odd, that it's not safe enough for you to walk. I was having our high schooler bike until we started driving her a few times. There's no way she could bike in the current infrastructure. So the safety of our kids and the safety of all of us really, really, really need to be looked at and improved. And some of the things that I heard the developers say that really concerned me. I'm sorry, I'm trying to skip over a lot of the other stuff so I don't make this long and long-winded. But on number 10 of the special exemption use findings that the developer did submit, they said that the type, size, and intensity of the proposal will not have a significant adverse impact on adjoining properties in our neighborhood. Well, I think that's false, and it's false for several reasons. In there, they stated that this development would be equal parts commercial and equal parts residential. Obviously, from the statistics we were given in the beginning of this, it's not. It's 77.3% residential, 22.7% commercial. So it's skewed way towards being highly compacted, more residential people. He even stated that they were trying to plan a townhome development in there for 2 years and added in the small, tiny little commercial to fit the neighborhood. So they were looking at trying to change the zoning already. What we need as a community, and I know you guys have looked at this for several years, is adding businesses, small businesses. And on our side of town, as many of our friends here have stated, we do need small businesses. We need a place to be able to go and have a community, but that does not include increased traffic and increase residential area in that section. So I really believe that, and this is how I am who I am. I believe that finding the right fit for that land is what's important. This gentleman, the developer, even said at the end of his speech, he goes, well, we couldn't fit in the green space and we couldn't fit in this. And so I'm like, well, then this isn't the right fit for what you're bringing before us. We need to find the right fit that'll benefit the existing community, that will make our lives better and make Holly Springs, we've been voted best place to raise kids. I mean, and the safest place. And tonight we've got the award for Tree City USA. So we need to continue to grow those aspects in our quality of life. So I really ask you all to oppose these proposals and to keep our quality of life and the safety of our kids as number one in your views. And we appreciate all you would do for our community and our town, and please keep it safe.
Thank you. Brenda Priest with Doug Palmer on deck. Sorry I didn't see you before, Brenda. Oh, time out. Yeah.
Probably need something there.
I was hoping you'd leave it. No, I'm kidding.
My name is Brenda Priest, 213 Highland Springs Lane, Holly Glen subdivision. I'll skip over everything. Wake County Public School transportation guidelines state that students living within their school's walk zone are not allowed to ride the bus unless it is in an unsafe walking environment. I live 1 mile from the school campus. For my children's entire school career, they have ridden the bus. It is not safe to cross Avent Ferry. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Doug Palmer with Brian Perry on deck. Please.
Good evening. Doug Palmer, 104 Oak Moss Trail, Holly Springs, North Carolina. Thank you all for taking the time to hear us out. You see the love and support from the community. I'll say this, in a town where everybody's so happy to live here, it's insane that we're setting records on a night like tonight. That should tell you all glaringly something is off. We don't not want business. We do. We talk about having to go to the other side for, banks and things like that. So we see the need for what we need around us. Yes, but there's a right way and a wrong way. You know, sometimes there's no really right way to do that, but sometimes there's a glaring wrong way to do it. We think this is the wrong way to do it. And so when this many people show up to oppose something, please listen. I beg of that. So what if you do it? What if you let it go through? I can tell you this, I lose my street. I live on Oak Moss. If you haven't paid attention tonight, I live on Oak Moss. On Oak Moss, that might as well be the new I-40. And I mean that because what was said earlier, they're narrow streets, a decent amount of cars, a lot of kids going to high school. There's enough traffic there already. We know what to do. We know what to do because we go single file through there. We dodge children. It's not my kids. We've got a blended family. It's not my kids. We love watching the kids down the street play hockey in the street. And I realize that you can make the argument, well, what are the kids doing in the street? Where they play. They love it. So this is going to channel that a lot because I go out Cape Side. I take that route. I'm one of the ones being forced through everyone else's front door. I'm one of the ones impacted. So we lose our street, and then the hockey, the bikes, the stuff in the street that happens, that's gone. It just is. So that's a vote to really take that away from all of us who have land, who have the ownership privileges in Holly Glen and that overlooked section. I believe we can all agree that their assessment of traffic is highly skewed and flawed. I don't know what Department of Transportation, I'm sure they did it the right way. I'll give you that. I'm sure it was done the right way based off of the DOT's recommendations. I'm sure it was. I don't know how archaic it was. It's not my job. I get it. But whatever was done, I can promise you that's not reality. And I live in the real world. So please listen to that as well. The loss of Cape Side navigation is going to be a big deal. It's going to be bigger than we're giving credence for. The overflow that's going to come from the communities that's going in. We hope lots of cars would come down through there and support that kind of business, right? We want more cars. Can't have it. We can't take it. What's going on way further down Avon Ferry towards the lake at Harris Lake, all those communities going down. We haven't even touched that. That's not even a blip on the radar yet. You guys might have seen it, maybe impact fees, things like that. We have not physically felt that impact yet. And Avon Ferry becomes a joke at that point. And we live on this joke, so we don't want to make it worse. Unless we get that fixed, I don't even think that's a conversation we can have. So I feel like we're kind of fighting a losing battle, if you will. But I would want traffic for those businesses, and I just don't think it's ready yet. So if we're having a hard time supporting what we've got now, why are we adding to it if the infrastructure is not there? So please listen to what everybody's crying out, trying to tell you all to pay attention to. It's reality for all of us. And you guys are here, you know what's going on, so please listen to that. We already have low water pressure. I hope that doesn't get worse, but they laugh because they know we've got low water pressure. Blame it on what you want. I'd be more willing to listen if they would chip in on getting rid of the tolls coming to our side of 540 because the other side doesn't have to do with that. So that'd be great. Just a side note there, but thank you guys for your time and attention. Please vote no for this. Thank you.
All right. Brian Perry with Anthony Santonia up. Brian, you're on, partner.
All right, Brian Perry at 109 Oak Moss Trail. How's everybody doing tonight? How do you feel when you flip the page over and realize there were still some more people? Should I tell you?
I was surprised.
Should I tell you there's another 20 out there waiting? There's not. But just,
Thanks, appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm calling for a recess now for about an hour and a half, so we'll see you. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Yeah.
Let me go bring his coffee.
I'm kidding too. Go.
No, I just want to say thank you because this is getting long, but it also highlights the importance to everyone. And we want to thank you for your service to the town. We've lived here for my wife and I, who just spoke, for 11 and a half years. And it's been amazing to see how much it's grown in that time. And Mayor Sears, I know you probably look at what you've done.
It's 95 we've been here.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, right?
That's
so
1995, not 1895.
Yeah.
Just checking.
We knew that. We knew that. So a few quick points, and some have been hit on, but I'll add a few other things, right? So the trees, if you can go from a 30-foot exemption down to 10, right, you're going to do 10. And so we like the fact that we have buffers, and I do think it's pretty cool that we won an award for having, a lot of green space, a lot of trees. That's what attracted me and my wife to the area. We like those buffers. Commercial, right? rightfully so, they made the comment that, they're doing their job. What's demand? Well, the demand is for houses because everybody wants to come live in Holly Springs. And so they looked at your vision, and the vision is to continue to take this town forward to get more business, right? We got a park that's going to come in over by the high school. I'm pumped, right? I mean, I go over, I play soccer with my kids all the time, and I coach baseball for the town. Like, I love all the Parks and Rec stuff. Everybody wants to come live here. But the vision you have is to build more commercial. And so the developer doing their job, right? How can I get people to want to buy in? Well, that's by making a little bit of a special exemption with a little bit of commercial, but I'm going to put townhomes on it because that is where the demand's at. But longer term, the vision that this council has is to continue to bring in more business. So I would just say those would be some considerations I would ask you to keep in mind. And again, I love the green space. The city center concept doesn't quite fit what you're looking for, right? Again, it's a little bit of a, maybe a technicality. We'll bolt this on. Stay true to your plan, right? You have a great plan for what you want this to continue to be and the legacy you want to leave. And the last thing I'll leave you with, and just, humor me here. How many of you live in a neighborhood, right? You don't live out in the country. You all live in neighborhoods, right? I grew up on a farm. I'm now proud to be in a neighborhood. It's a little different for me. But I'm guessing all of you value safety very highly. You probably have kids, grandkids, cousins, nieces, nephews that come over. And so think about that personal safety, right? And how much you value that. And that's what you've heard today from everybody speaking, right? And so imagine if it was your neighborhood that would have the extra traffic. And the last fact I'll leave you with, I'll mention I live on Oak Moss. I've been here 11 and a half years. I'm a transplant from the Midwest, but I've been living down here long enough. I've had a kid here, right? We were here when a tornado hit. And we had traffic rerouted for a brief period of time on Oak Moss because people couldn't go on Avent. Now, you probably could say, Mr. Perry, you're not going to have quite that flow. Now, keep in mind, 11 years ago, there wasn't as much stuff all the way out on Avent. And there are times of the day where the traffic would be similar because everybody would have to go out in opposite direction. And you'd have people that are in townhomes. And we hope people that are in the business that we haven't talked about yet, right? And so that would create a big traffic flow. So I got to see firsthand what that was like. Our road is 26.5 feet wide. I'm one of the people, unfortunately, that has to park a truck on the road because we have smaller driveways and I have a teen driver soon to be. So when my truck's on the road, that takes it down to 17 feet. And I have neighbors that zigzag a little bit and they put stuff up. And then if you have a car just kitty corner, that takes it down to 11 to 12 feet. And so, again, I've seen people zip through. I've lived through the additional traffic that came when the tornado hit. And there's glimpses there. So what people are voicing is obviously real concerns. I would just say thank you for your consideration. I would ask for your support to stay true to your vision. Bring some more commercial in. We'd like to have that there, but don't let them block off the left turn. I go out that drive every day, and it really would be detrimental and not safe to our neighborhood. So please oppose it. Thank you for your time tonight.
All right, thank you. Anthony Santori and then Rafael Rodriguez is going to anchor us tonight, I think. Anthony? Is Anthony here or close? Anthony, I think it's Santori. No? You think he left? Okay. Then let's go to Rafael Rodriguez. Now you're the anchor. You're the anchor man.
Yes, good evening, everyone, and thank you for having us. As you can see from the community, everyone was real passionate today, and it's not just statement of facts, it's statement of life. These are things that happen in and out. My wife and I, we were actually the fortunate ones to start. We were the first family in the Overlook. So I could have never envisioned that the Overlook would be what it looks like today, never mind having the special exception for use as specified. I personally, everything was said. I don't see anything special about that for the community. There's nothing special for us. The kids, the traffic, the overcrowding. I had a couple of the property values will most go down. One community would be to my right of my backyard, and the other one right to my left. So I'll get to see all 40 of those condos or townhouses. The proposed buffer that they're saying is certainly not accurate enough. It may be legal, and I know there's exceptions they're asking for to get shorter and shorter, but it is certainly not accurate enough to have the existing home project. Most of us, there's many that wanted to be here today, but because of COVID, they're not. I mean, this is real. This is life. There's a lot of kids in that community. There's a lot of new drivers. Please consider and say no. And there's other opportunities in the city and the town of Holly Springs. Go to other locations to build townhouses where the zoning is already accepted. Nothing special about doing something like that in our backyard. Thank you for listening.
Hey, thank you, Anchorman.
Thanks.
All right, unless I'm incorrect, at this point in time, we're going to close the public hearing. I'm sorry? Counselor? Just checking, sure. Okay, and again, repeat name and address for us, please.
Michael Blakely, 6728 Carbonton Road, Sanford, North Carolina, 27330. Just wanted to set a couple facts straight. We are paying for the signal. We're financing that for the town because the town does not have the money. The consensus is traffic's an existing problem. Basically, they're weighing on you saying that this area is a disaster as it is. With our development, we're improving that issue that's there. The other thing that they're asking for is commercial, and commercial is way more intensive traffic generating type site than residential. And what I'm gonna do is let Jeff indicate some of those numbers in comparison of what commercial would bring to this area versus the residential that we have proposed. And yes, I did misspeak on the number of cars, and I'll let him kind of quantify that. It was additional cars. It wasn't everything that was going into that site. One other item, the staff is requiring us to make that a right in, right out at, with the left end, I'm sorry, at Cape Side. That is not, we did not want that. The staff made us do that. The signal intersection of Holly Meadow, we don't want to pay for it, but it's a good idea. And in an effort to create a safer and leave a safer community with our development, we've agreed to help finance that for the town. I think the agreement was supposed to go out like 5 years, and you saw what the price was. It was $317,000, and we were only responsible for 18% of that. But we have stepped up to the plate and offered to help the town out by financing and funding the other 47% that's needed to fix the issue that's out there now. And one other thing to add, the right out, left in, right in at Cape Side is part of the future transportation plan. Avents Ferry, I can go back. Avent Ferry, ultimate section is shown here. There will be a divided 4-lane with an island. So whether we develop this property or not, Cape Side will be a right out. And there will be a signal at Holly Meadow. And so if you do come out of Cape Side, you're going to be forced to make a right, make a U-turn, or go further down without this development. So, like I said, I wanted to add the facts that staff recommendation is why we're limiting these accesses. And looking at this map, I forgot Primo School, that is proposed as a right in, right out, part of the ultimate section. And we're required to do that as part of our development.
Okay. Again, my name is Jeff O'Connell, 5410 Trinity Road, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27607. Again, when I'm with the Timmons Group, we did the traffic study. Just to kind of to add on to Michael's point, when Avent Ferry, when the median is constructed on Avent Ferry is widened, Cape Side will become right in, right out, with or without the development. And I think probably Michael misspoke that signal will not be there without our development unless it's funded by the town or funded by some other development. So we're willing to fund it up front and work with the town on that. So I wanted to clear up some items on the traffic study. Traffic counts were completed in April of 2019 before any of the COVID restrictions were in place. It was conducted in the middle of the week. I can't remember if it was Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but that's a requirement for NCDOT in the town. It was conducted with school in session. Obviously, we didn't have any kind of really restrictions with work. It was not a holiday, so it was conducted in, traffic was conducted when the full traffic was out there, so there was no concerns with that. The traffic study was scoped by with the DOT and with the town. We completed it to the DOT and town specifications. The trip generation manual that we used is, like I said, it's a federal standard, it's a federal guideline. It's a compilation of thousands of studies that are pulled together at similar land use types. So where I don't disagree with folks when they say they've got 2 cars, 3 cars per household, not all those cars are on the road at the same time, nor are those cars on the road at peak hours. When you drive through a neighborhood at a peak hour, it's not completely empty. There are folks that work from home. There are folks that don't drive in peak hours. There are folks that take days off, things like that. So not everybody's on the road all at the same time. So when the numbers that were quoted earlier, those were correct, at least the ones that I quoted. What I would like to talk about is also the number of vehicles. When all is said and done, I guess when that right in, right out, left over is when that movement is restricted. What we're looking at, that left turn volume. Let me find that. I'm sorry. Let me just say. Left turn volume off Cape Side projected 2026 with the site volume added is 70 left and 70 a.m., 56 p.m. Those are the volumes without our site constructed in the future, 2026. Let me find that number for you. You're still looking at 38 and 27 going through the neighborhood when Avent Ferry is widened. So that's, like I said, that's without any, without our site at all. Completely would be, like I said, those folks are coming to the neighborhood whether it's preferred or not. Also would like to say that all the traffic from this development, like I said, we're looking at two different sides, the A side and the B side. The A side is going to come down Holly Meadow, then it will actually come down through Cape Side. The B side would be coming through Cape Side. So all the traffic that was quoted earlier, you're basically looking at about half that's going from the B side down Cape Side, or they'll have to come up through the neighborhood, and the A side is actually just going to be down Holly Meadow. There are, like I said, there is a right in, right out, I guess, correct, from the commercial. Right. So like I said, they may not even be using Holly Meadow at all, just to access Avent Ferry Road. So I think that's all I wanted to mention, but appreciate time.
Thank you.
Do y'all have any further questions?
Yeah, I have one clarification of fact I'd like to make. You've said a couple times that you're financing the installation of the signal, yes. But I'd like to clarify that financing is pending a partnership with the town and the taxpayers to pay back 53% of the signal. So you're not paying for the whole thing. Is that correct?
A combination of us and Children Lighthouse are paying for over 50% of the signal. So otherwise the town.
When you say financing, it means you're going to pay up front with the expectation the taxpayers are going to reimburse you.
No, but between the two of us, we're paying over 50% of the signal. in the town, either there would be another development that would pick up the 47%, or the town would pick up the 47% if they want that signal in. But we're paying it up front. Yes, we're paying it all up front.
Right, but at some point, someone's going to have to pay the other piece of that.
It's not done.
Well, either way, the town would have to pay for the other piece of that. If it is to suit the public, the town just got 50% of that signal paid for with giving us this development. And you get it at year 2021 by the time we get through all this, 2021 versus Rachel had spoke, 10, 15 years down the road on the other improvements on Avens Ferry. So this signal is not even on the radar right now. So we're, I feel like we are really helping the town at an earlier date, and the town is requiring us to pay a fee in lieu, but we're helping the town to get that project 5 years earlier in place.
Okay.
Hi.
Sure.
Michael, it's unusual to have this many people come out and talk. And I think recognizing it's COVID, it's almost extraordinary.
I understand.
To be honest, because we've had some other things come up and we had nowhere near this many people. So I'd like to hear your reaction to what some of them are saying. And I think one of the ways I heard is the best use of land, they would like a commercial. Like, what if this was a commercial, a local restaurant or a pub or something? Because right now, as a neighborhood center, the businesses that you have, that you depicted were light business, but it's like a dentist or a doctor. That's not really neighborhood center, correct?
Well, and we haven't determined those uses. Those are not set in stone. We are providing the mixed use. We have the townhome component. We have builders for that. But as soon as the project's approved, we get construction plan approval, then we will adapt that commercial component to whatever the demand is. And it may be small shops. It may be exactly what the community is wanting, but we're so early in the process that we do not have that demand for that commercial component. So what we're doing is basically building a shell building, and we picked the office institutional because it was the most stringent parking use. So what we did was we got the most square footage we could get with the most parking. So the commercial or the office institutional required, I cannot remember what it is. It was like, and I may misspeak, but it was like 2 spaces per square foot or 200 square feet. And so what we did was we were looking at that component and we said, well, we can get a 6,600 square foot building with the required parking for the UDO on this project. So that's how we picked the size of the building, and then we used that use because that was the most stringent. So anything below that, which could be restaurants, small shops, all of those uses had less stringent parking calcs.
Is it fair to say that this is a townhouse development where you put in a retrofitted commercial versus a commercial that has some townhouse?
And originally Site A was commercial with townhouse. Site B, I'm sorry, misspoke. Site B was commercial with townhouses in the back. And then Site A was all townhouses. And according to the staff requirement of 20%, we initially were going to submit these 2 projects as one, even though they were not adjacent. And the staff came back and decided that we needed to submit them as 2 separate projects. So even as one project, we had 20% of commercial proposed to get that mixed use option, to give the town more commercial what they were looking for, and on the Site A. And then in addition to the already 20% commercial as required by the UDO on Site B that we had there. So we were trying to go over and above to give that mixed use option, to give more commercial because the staff indicated to us that that was what was needed in the area. And that's,
Did you have a consideration to just be commercial? Was that anywhere in your?
when the site was originally developed and approved in, I'm not sure what year, but in the earlier 2000s, it was to be commercial. And then the market demand shifted towards residential. And that's why, the developer is providing the residential and the commercial, trying to give what the market needs and to give to the community and what the town council has approved as a neighborhood center and a mixed use.
Okay. And can you tell me about any community meetings that you had, or what kind of feedback, or what changes you've made in your plans based off of community input to date?
We did not have any community meetings. We were not recommended. The staff did not recommend having, they didn't say not to, but they did not recommend it. And then we were pretty far along in the submittal process before we were getting any feedback from the staff that there was some opposition by the neighbors.
Once you knew about that opposition, you didn't want to, I mean, it works well if a developer comes in and you have
Right.
support from the community.
Exactly. Like I said, sometimes that for one instance, we were not to the point of finding out that information until earlier this year. In fact, I know the affidavits, I had not seen any complaints or concerns of the citizens until this meeting, until actually yesterday. And I'd asked the staff a couple of times on occasion, what kind of opposition are we looking at? And I did not get any response. So I did not know if, with it being residential, from my experience, residential likes residential. This is very unique that the town wants so much commercial immediately adjacent to the residential. And I understand what they're looking for. They're looking for that neighborhood walk to type facilities. And, but our market, our society has become more car dependent, and we're still transitioning, that development's still transitioning into that. And so, like I said, we were trying to meet the demands of the market and meet the demands of the neighborhood. And like I said, it just got overseen that we did not have an opportunity to meet with the neighbors prior to this.
Well, you're familiar with our revision plan. Did you consider looking at what we were looking for, which is unique neighborhood, commercial, which is different, I think, than what you're proposing right now?
Yes. The other part is we're engineers and practicality and what will fit on the site. Site A has some grade constraints. So we were limited. We were limited to what we could provide there and meet the density requirements. A lot of the site layout is vertical, not just horizontal, just because it fits on it horizontally. So there's not enough room there for that unique, innovative, traffic circles and green areas. We have a lot of site constraints, physical site constraints that we had to deal with, that we had to aesthetically fix because we can't put a townhome on a slope. The townhomes are padded. You have, you want a decent driveway. You don't want a 10% driveway where if you fall down, you roll all the way to the street. So a lot of those factors went into the development of the design.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions to the applicant? All good? Good. Thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
Thanks.
At this point in time, we'll reclose the public hearing. Sean, anything to add?
Nothing further from staff.
Okay.
I have one question for Rachel, and then I'll make my general comments.
Sure, go ahead. Rachel's here. Oh, yeah.
Rachel, Could you just speak to the CTP recommendation for the alignment of Cape Side Avenue and Castle Holt Road?
Yes. Let's see. So the long-term, long-range plan on the comprehensive transportation plan is to realign Cape Side Avenue with Castle Holt Road to make that a safer, aligned intersection.
And that's identified on the CTP?
What's that?
That's identified on the CTP for
That's
long
correct.
range. Okay. That's all I needed. Thank you.
Rachel, can you stay there for just a second? Can you just give us an idea of what you think? I know we've talked about this before, but so that probably a lot of folks that are here can understand what that's going to require. And as far as land
Sure.
purchases and cost for that intersection.
Sure. So Cape Side Avenue is planned to kind of come over to the east to realign with Castle Holt Road. So there would be, some additional right-of-way needed on the adjacent property to Site B to achieve that, and it would remain a signalized intersection. With the widening of Avon Ferry Road or the completion of that road work when the median does go in, then that remainder, remaining piece of Cape Side could still remain a right in, right out, but you would have the full access with the realignment. You would have both.
Okay. Good. Other questions or comments?
I'll start with my comments if there's no other questions.
Let me just make sure that we've got it straight for Rachel. I mean, I know we talked about the Avon Ferry Road widening project phase 2 all the way to Castle, but my original question was Castle and beyond, further to the west. So
Right.
we currently don't have any foreseeable plan for that at the moment, right? I mean,
That's correct. It would come along with development.
thanks.
And I guess just to clarify, with the realignment of Cape Side and Castle, there would be no need to reroute traffic through the existing subdivision streets. So Oak Moss Trail and Shore House Way would not be additionally impacted.
Right.
Yeah, sure. First, I just want to thank all the residents that came out tonight and bared with us for 2 hours and 46 minutes. It's been, we can only grow the town appropriately when you all are engaged, and seeing this level of engagement is well worth sitting here for as many hours as it takes to hear everybody's concerns and comments about how we're growing. So thank you all for coming out and making an attempt in an otherwise challenging environment to be here. And the 26 people that spoke is in addition to the 20 or so sworn affidavits we received prior to this evening. And that's a lot of public input, and it's greatly appreciated, as certainly as I sit here and have to look at making decisions for the town. Generally speaking, our UDO clarifies the mixed use option in the zoning district as intended to promote and guide integrated uses into a development that is defined by unique and innovative design and pedestrian friendly features. The proposal that's before us does none of these things and is instead attempting to call the insertion of one office building at 6,000 square feet into an otherwise residential project a mixed-use project while offering nothing innovative or unique. The comprehensive plan for me is very clear on what this area is called for. The neighborhood center definition is also clear in there, and this project, in my opinion, does not meet that criteria. So, Mr. Mayor, when you and my colleagues are ready, I'm prepared to present some additional findings of fact that we can consider in making our decision tonight.
Sure, and just interrupt a minute. I also want to make sure everybody understands. We had a record 30 people discuss. This is after my 25,000 years in my job. That's a record, and I appreciate it. And I like to also say thank you for this input. At that point in time, I'll kick it back to you, please.
I can do it now unless anybody else has anything to say.
Please.
Just go for it.
Yeah.
Bear with me. I'd like to propose, I think I've got 6 or 7 findings of fact on here as it relates to the sworn testimony received this evening and in sworn affidavit prior to the meeting. First proposed finding of fact, I'd like to find as a fact that the town council relies on the expertise of the planning board, which is comprised of community members, and it was their finding that the proposed use is not consistent with the character of the current zoning district nor the Holly Springs comprehensive land use plan. which specifies these sites as neighborhood center. Second, proposed finding is a fact that the proposed use will generate an intensity that will have significant adverse effect on the adjoining properties. Third, find as a fact that the proposed use is injurious to the surrounding areas by increasing the traffic volumes and generating additional traffic flow through neighborhood streets, impacting the safety of current residents and is not harmonious with surrounding uses. Fourth, find as a fact the town's comprehensive transportation plan calls for the realignment of Cape Side Avenue as a necessary improvement to mitigate overcongestion and improve safety by realigning traffic flow, and that this project will not realign Cape Side Avenue and Castle Road. Fifth, find as a fact that this project would financially obligate the town to contribute 53.8% of a traffic signal cost that the town's proposed budget for FY21 does not include an allotment to fund a traffic signal at Avent Ferry and Holly Meadow Drive, and the town can only spend money that is duly budgeted. Sixth and lastly, find as a fact that the public hearing for our FY21 budget was completed on June 2nd with no public sentiment that the town fund a traffic signal for this proposed project or at this location. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make those findings of fact in the form of a motion.
Please do.
I think I just did.
I thought you were going to add something else.
Second.
All right. Motion been made and seconded. I'm going to do the roll call, please. Motion been made and seconded.
So this, just to clarify, Mr. Mayor, this is to find the facts. So if it's, do we find the facts first and then go through these two, or should we do it one combine the?
Is to that the council is agreeing on those 6 facts that you just found. So there's been a motion that you all will find those facts as true, and it's been seconded. So you vote on that, and then vote on the special exception use after.
Okay.
We're not talking about the findings of fact inside our document. We're just talking about
The additional ones proposed instead of the ones that were presented.
Okay.
All right, we set on the motion and the second?
Yep.
All right, Dan Barry,
Aye.
Pete Wilson,
Aye.
Christine Kelly,
Aye.
Sean McGrath,
Nay.
Aaron Wolf.
Aye.
That would be 4 yeas and 1 nay from Sean McGrath. That passes.
And I'd like to provide a comment as to what the nay's for.
I'm sorry?
I'll just provide a comment. I was going to provide it while Dan was
Of
doing
course.
that, but we already did the motion in the second. And my only nay is for the finding of fact for number 3 and number 4. And I would contend that those traffic concerns are not due to this development. They are due to pre-existing conditions that the town has not addressed to this point with the road widening of Avent Ferry. So I don't think it's necessarily contributory to this developer. I think this is a problem we have as the town, and the lack of infrastructure that we have along Avent Ferry, and I think that's a town problem that we need to solve. So that's why I disagree with that fact.
Appreciate it. Number 2?
It's the first one, right?
Motion number 1.
Right.
Well, I guess we do motion in 1, yeah.
I'll,
Yeah, your next motion will be to vote
on the special exception use, not the facts.
Yeah, right on.
On what, Counselor?
It is number 1, the special exception use and waiver.
Okay.
I will make a motion to deny special exception use and the waiver submitted in resolution 20-11.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded to deny. Let's go Dan Barry.
Aye.
Let's go Pete Wilson.
Aye.
Christine Kelly.
Aye.
Sean McGrath.
Aye.
Aaron Wolf.
Aye.
Motion passes to deny. Number 2.
I'll make a motion to deny development plan for Overlook Townhome Site A.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded to deny. Let's do the roll call again. Dan Barry.
Aye.
Pete Wilson.
Aye.
Christine Kelly.
Aye.
Sean McGrath.
Aye.
Aaron Wolf.
Aye.
Motion to deny passes unanimously again. Okay? And now, Agenda 8, public hearing, sworn testimony again, although I think we've done that, but we'll talk about it later. Overlook Townhomes B, 19 DP 20, 19 SEU 12, 19 WAV 48, 20 Wave 13, and that would again be Sean Ryan and Rachel Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this is Sean Ryan with the Department of Planning and Zoning. Next item on the agenda is a request for special exception use development plan and 2 associated waivers for Overlook Townhome Site B. Again, we will conduct a quasi-judicial hearing, and then there'll be 2 motions, one on the findings of fact for the special exception use and waivers, and one for the development plan. Site B is located just east of Site A along Avon Ferry Road at the intersection of Avon Ferry Road and Cape Side Drive, located at property address is 0 Arrow Sport Road. And forgive me, you're going to hear much of the same things that you heard from me in the previous presentation, but I will quickly go through them just to get them on the record. The mixed-use option is intended for integrated uses, unique and innovative design, and pedestrian-friendly features in development. This property is also designated as neighborhood center on the land use and character plan. Again, the neighborhood center is intended to be small scale, to provide goods and services to surrounding neighborhoods, to be low intensity, unobtrusive, and at a scale and design that is compatible with nearby residential development. This property is also zoned LB local business. LB local business is primarily a commercial zoning district. However, mixed use development that introduces residential components can be considered with a special exception use. This site is proposing 28.2% commercial located up at the corner of Cape Side Avenue and Avon Ferry Road, and 71.8% residential located on the northern portion of the property. 17 townhomes are proposed at a density of 4.12 units per acre. For the commercial portion, a 9,400 square foot building is proposed. This is the proposed landscaping for the site. You can see the 10% tree preservation area highlighted in green is towards the western portion of the property. That backs up to the adjacent residential neighborhood. The waiver of the 25% hardwood requirement is also being requested for this project. Adjacent to residentially zoned properties, the property is required to provide a 20-foot wide opaque screen. Adjacent to commercially zoned properties and adjacent right-of-ways, a 10-foot open type screen is required. This time I'll invite Rachel Jones with our engineering department to go through the infrastructure requirements for this project.
Thank you.
So I'll walk you through the utility and transportation components of Site B. You'll see the site highlighted in the red outline here on the screen, with the public utility connections shown, a water main extension through the site in blue and a sewer main extension throughout the site in green. A hydraulic water study and fire flow analysis was completed with this site plan, as well as a downstream sewer study. This will look familiar to you, so I apologize for the redundancy. The traffic impact analysis was completed for both sites A and Site B. This slide shows the location of Site B that has frontage on Cape Side Avenue and Avon Ferry Road. Again, the study intersections are highlighted in red. And we can move on to the next slide. Just to give you a closer look, some of which has been discussed throughout the public hearing. As mentioned with Site A, the traffic impact analysis identified the need for a new traffic signal at Holly Meadow Drive and Avon Ferry Road. It showed this intersection was a failing level of service. Also, the intersection of Cape Side Avenue and Avon Ferry Road were shown to have a failing level of service. The long-range plan for the town, according to our standards and ordinances, is to realign Cape Side Avenue and Castle Road. The developer was not willing to commit to that improvement. So the proposed alternative by the developer and by the applicant was this configuration shown in the site packet that you have in front of you this evening. And this is the configuration that restricts left turn movements out of Cape Side Avenue onto Avon Ferry Road. The left turns into Cape Side Avenue from Avon Ferry Road would still be permitted, as well as right turn movements. However, the left turn movement would be redirected primarily through the existing residential streets along Cape Side Avenue, Oak Moss Trail, Shorehouse Way, and finally onto Holly Meadow Drive at the new signalized intersection. This slide is the same slide that we saw earlier, just highlighting the fact that if this site plan is approved with the TIA recommendations, the signal would be needed for the project to move forward, in which there is a remaining 46% financial contribution needed to support the design and installation of that signal. With that, I'll invite up our planning board representative.
Hello again, Thomas.
Palmer Cart, Holly Springs Planning Board. On April 28, 2020, the Holly Springs Planning Board met to consider the Overlook B project. The recommendations and the reasons for those recommendations were the same for Overlook B as they were for Overlook A. Recommendation number 1, the UDO waiver for the tree preservation area. The Planning Board recommended denial. That was a 4-5 decision, 4 nays and 4 yays and 5 nays. Item number 2, the special exemption use and development plan. The Planning Board recommended denial, and that was a unanimous 9-0 decision.
Any questions? Pretty clear.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Now, Counselor, we pretty much had our public hearing already. However, should we open it back up for the applicant if he wishes to come back again? What's your suggestion? I think everybody who spoke tonight were speaking on both. Am I right? Shake your head yes or no. I think it was yes. Okay, so.
Yeah, I mean, I do believe that the due process would require you to hear any facts relating to B that weren't already in evidence.
Correct.
In the A public hearing, so you can limit you can instruct the applicant and any other party to limit
Concept.
Only that testimony that did not
All right.
in A or B party.
With those conditions, we'll open the public hearing, and does the applicant wish to come forward on this issue? Michael? Tough to get around. Simply spend a lot of time as brief as you can, but still get your point across.
Well, what I'm going to do is, because we touched base on both, I'm not going to waste time regurgitating everything. So what we'll do is just go to any questions,
okay,
any additional questions you have for the site.
That's fine.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, the one thing I just wanted to add is you talked about the realignment a lot, and that would be ideal for the road to be realigned, but we can't build on land we don't own. So that's why we didn't realign the road. If we shifted the road over, the closer you get to the other intersection that's signalized, you're going to have to stretch that signal out, and you're going to have more problems with operations the closer you get. So it's ideal to have those further apart or right on top of each other. And so that's the problem. We can't realign it. The other thing I'd like to add is the reason I keep harping on the safety is why we consider this is when you look at the roadway, it actually angles out away from Castle actually angles out away from Cape Side, and you've got dual lefts coming. So those folks actually don't see people turning left to come across until it's almost probably too late. That is very unsafe movement. So anyway, just wanted to make those points.
Okay, thank you.
Can I get a clarification? If we go back, so you're recommending that the commercial traffic go through a neighborhood, go to the other side through the light to get out?
That's not what we wanted. That's what's being required by the town.
Not all of it. It's the left turning traffic out. The right turn will go out.
Okay.
I'd ask the staff if they wish to make a comment on that point or not. It's up to you. I found that kind of surprising.
So we can go back to that slide.
Please.
Staff is not requiring this design at the intersection of Cape Side and Avon Ferry Road. The TIA showed that this intersection was a failing level of service, So the applicant was required to mitigate the impact at the intersection and bring it up to an acceptable level of service. This is the proposed alternative that was brought to the table with this site plan. The alternative solution is the realignment of Cape Side Avenue and Castle Road. Otherwise, this project is not sufficiently mitigating the impact according to the transportation impact analysis with the project.
Anybody want to go back on that one with her?
Yeah, Rachel, I'll ask the same question I just basically asked, which is, so have we gone into any discussions with anyone about the property owner, the land that would be required to acquire to
Yes.
go through that?
This property to the east is the Woods property. They recently came before the technical review committee with a proposed site plan that they are, in a conceptual stage at this point. But they are showing what would be needed for the realignment. And it does, Cape Side Avenue swings out to the east. Oh, apologize. There we go. Castle may very well need shifted to the west somewhat to make that work. So we do not have a detailed design for that at this point. I'd also point out that phase 2 of Avon Ferry Road improvements could include the realignment of Cape Side Avenue and Castle Road. But again, we're looking at 3+ years from now. So development could wait for that improvement to be constructed, or if it is needed sooner, it would have to come with development.
Understand.
In the process of that discussion, has this been identified as a fact to the Wake County Public School System that this is a safety hazard?
As far as safety is concerned in the Wake County school system, I'm not sure what conversations have been had, but we do have representatives from our police department here tonight if we need to have further discussion about safety.
Yeah, I think based on some of our residents' comments this evening, I would definitely like to have staff go forward with making this direct comment to the Wake County Public School System to identify this as a significant safety hazard to our students.
Okay. Would you like to hear anything from our staff representative, or are you good with
I mean,
that?
if there's somebody that has a comment, that's fine, but I think I heard what I needed to hear from the residents stating that the reason that their kids can't ride the bus is because it's been identified as a safety hazard. So I think that's a fact enough that they owe some due diligence here to try and help resolve this problem.
Understood. We'll follow up on that.
Thanks.
Any additional questions for engineering?
I just have one. On the prior item, I referenced the number in the staff packet of 53.8%, but your slide, and I think Mr. Blakely's testimony was 47% on the impact to the town for the signal. So for the record, could we just get that clarified? And if we need to adjust the minutes, let's just make whichever number is right. The other number was directly from the staff report in the packet. So just wanted to call that out.
Right. So the Overlook project A and B combined was a 19% impact. That's the proportionate fee that they would pay for the signal. The adjacent development has contributed 35% of the total cost. So that would be the 46% remaining to be funded.
Good. Anything else from the council at this point?
So we just denied A, but we're considering both. So now we're looking at B, but it's a combined, I mean, this is kind of.
I mean, similar to what the planning board did, they voted on both separately. So they entertained the same motions for both items. So we would just have to do the same thing. We'd have to make a motion to, if we agree to find those same facts that we found for the other one, we'd have to make that motion to find those facts for B, and then 2 more motions to deny or whatever the pleasure is.
I'm ready for that.
Are we ready to close the public hearing? I guess is the question. Counselor? Should I open this up to anybody? I think everybody, well, maybe not. I thought everybody spoke about both and everybody was shaking their head yes, but if I missed that, would you like to come forward? Because it's open. Sure. That's what this town's all about. So do I.
Thank you for entertaining me a second time, Mayor and Town Council. I really appreciate this time to speak with you. On behalf of the residents, I do want to bring back up one thing that I mentioned briefly in my initial statements. It's concerning to me that we haven't discussed in length the amount of traffic that the Primrose development could also impact in this area. Nowhere that I saw, maybe I missed it, on the Site A plans did it show that they were going to be adding a median and changing that intersection to a right in and a right out. That information was in a very small portion of Site B paperwork that's on page C7 of 13 on Site B. That is concerning. There are many families, I'm sure, that use that location and then exit left to go towards town and commute to work. If that is a right in, right out only option, where is that traffic going to go? It's going to go through Site A to the overlook of Holly Glen and out Holly Meadow. That is a significant number of cars that we have not discussed tonight. So I appreciate you letting me come back up here and reiterate that. I don't know why that wasn't on Site A plans, but I noticed it this afternoon on Site B, and I think that needs to be addressed.
Good point. Thank you so much. Is there anybody else that wants to speak on this one that didn't have a chance before? One last shot, trying to make sure everybody has their say, and I think we have. So is there any rebuttal from the yeah. Let's keep this.
I'd like to say that if this site's not built, that's still going to happen with the median that's required along Avon Ferry Road. So with this site not built, there's no signal, there's no potential U-turns. The adjacent site we keep talking about contribute to 35% is the fourth leg of Holly Meadow as well. So it's difficult to get out now. It'll be more difficult without signal. So that just makes it harder.
Let me summate just a little bit. First of all, we've had 30 speakers. Somebody said 28, but I counted 30. They all spoke the same, in essence, program and the same, in essence, comments. That is, in fact, a very strongly made record, and that's good. That's not my point. My point is that there has been a lot of listening here, and at that point in time, I think because we had the opportunity to use both, that initial public hearing for both and then a cap, I'm assuming that everybody is comfortable with their comments have been made, yes? Is there anybody that is not?
I'll just ask one further question, Rachel, before you close the public hearing.
Of course. Well, yeah, you could do that anyway, but go ahead.
I just didn't know if you were going to close right then. Rachel, I just want to make sure that is a accurate fact for the comprehensive transportation plan, that there will be a median divided there and there will be no future possibility once that's done for right in, other than right in, right out there. So again, that's not part of this development. That's part of the long-term comprehensive transportation plan, not associated with this development necessarily.
Correct. The comprehensive transportation plan shows the ultimate build out of Avon Ferry Road as a 4-lane median divided thoroughfare. That location where Primrose accesses today is not shown as a full access. So it would become a right in, right out with the median construction. When that construction takes place, obviously the NCDOT will have input in that design in that project as well. So if there's an opportunity for a leftover or any sort of left turn movements, that would be explored at that time.
We only have DOT commitment to fund 2 Castle Road though, correct? So any improvement beyond Castle Road down Avon Ferry is as development occurs. Correct. With the requirement to widen just the frontage along Avon Ferry.
Correct, yes. And working on that design contract and working with NCDOT, you know, the town is actively working towards solutions to extend that phase to Holly Meadow Drive to address some of the issues that have been brought up tonight.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else? You good at this point? Thank you so much. Sean, do you have anything else to add? I would say at this point, you did the first one very well, but tell me if it's making a motion so I know.
I did it at the end. I set you up for a failure. I will go ahead and make a motion to find as a fact the same 6 facts we found for Site A for site B with one change to, oh, I should have pulled it up. The one fact on the impact, I just want to make sure I get that in the record. It was 1, 2, 4. Fact number 5, the town contribution to the signal should be 46% based on staff's presentation, not 53.8 as listed in the staff report. So with that correction, I'll make a motion to use the facts found for site A for site B as well.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Let's do it again. Dan Barry,
Aye.
Pete Wilson,
Aye.
Christine Kelly,
Aye.
Sean McGrath,
Nay, same reason.
same reason. Okay. Aaron Wolf.
Aye.
The vote is again 4-1 approved.
And Mayor, I'd like to make an additional motion for an additional statement of fact or finding of fact. And I would like to add a finding of fact that due to the development of B, that we have a significant resident identified safety issue due to the non-realignment of Castle and one of ours for the
Cape Side.
Cape Side Drive. So another significant finding of fact to development B.
Want to make that a separate motion?
I would, to add to Councilman Berry's.
Second.
Okay, motion been made and seconded. All in favor. I'm sorry. Dan Barry,
Aye.
Pete Wilson,
Aye.
Christine Kelly,
Aye.
John McGrath,
Aye.
Aaron Wolf.
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously and keep going.
I'll make a motion to deny special exception use and waivers for resolution 20-12.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Let's do it again. Dan Barry,
Aye.
Pete Wilson,
Aye.
Christine Kelly,
Aye.
Sean McGrath,
Aye.
Aaron Wolf.
Aye.
Motion to deny passes unanimously. Continue on, please.
I will make a motion to deny development plan for Overlook Townhome Site B.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Dan Barry,
Aye.
Pete Wilson,
Aye.
Christine Kelly,
Aye.
Sean McGrath,
Aye.
Aaron Wolf.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously to deny. That is the end, I think, of this discussion.
Thank you so much for coming out.
You guys have a good evening and stay out of the rain.
Thanks for all your input.
Mr. Mayor, as is usual at 10 o'clock for me, would we mind taking a brief recess?
I know where you're going. The answer is we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Bowser break.
My legs are tired. Good job.
Not entirely, but there are certainly elements that are, right? I just asked. Yeah.
I wanted to know how many people.
Yeah. Okay. They were in the room. You did not speak. Wow.
In the various overflows. We have
Okay.
all.
No kidding. Wow. Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Good evening, guys. Hey, everybody.
This weekend, a market this weekend.
Yes, Saturday. I've sent it all to Cassie yesterday, but maybe I'll send it to you.
I don't think you did, just because I'll need to add it in,
Yeah, I'll show.
I can always get it from Cassie if you have.
Well, but yeah, I'll go in and see if it's in my sent.
Okay.
I'll just forward it to you.
Okay, if it isn't, I'll get it.
It's a draft, but it's got most everything.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Thanks for keeping us,
Oh yeah, no, it helps us all. Somehow don't think you do, but.
The older I get, the more I realize that my time has value.
Oh, yeah.
Usually it's hard more. How's it going? We weren't sitting in the other room. Hopefully the seating wasn't too comfortable in there. You guys are sharp. Hopefully the seating wasn't too comfortable in there and you guys didn't doze off. We're gonna put you guys first next time. Good job. Okay. Yeah, it's not like, Nick, always make sure all your muttering is unintelligible.
I'm not mutter yet.
Not like the DA comment or anything.
If we were using WebEx, that wouldn't be an issue. Tell Jeff Wilson if we're.
I might have muttered, but only because I needed it.
Yeah. The Zoom thing.
All right.
Oh yeah, hit the push button. I know, there's a day at a time. I know. He didn't send this. Normally he sends an email, but he didn't send an email. He did it this afternoon, but I could have told him right away that wasn't going to fly.
No.
Hey, Alex.
Yeah, it should be.
All right, are we ready? Ready to right?
Ready?
Right on left? All right. Agenda item number 9, unfinished business, which is also a public hearing. Village Gate rezoning and development agreement 19-REZ03. Melissa Sigmund, planning and zoning.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you,
This,
Melissa.
this item, as you mentioned, is something that you last saw back in December at your December Town Council meeting and January workshop for development agreement. So this will be just a quick refresher. Tonight, we'll be discussing the rezoning and development agreement for Village Gate, asking you to conduct the legislative public hearings for both the zoning and development agreement, adopt a plan consistency statement, and the ordinance for rezoning and development agreement in one. So our location is, as we refresh, straddling South Main Street, just north of Ralph Stevens Road. The vicinity, some of the sites in that area, developments that are existing and proposed. Current zoning is primarily R20 with just a little bit of the CV zoning district. Future land use shows the area as mixed-use center. This map just shows some uses proposed potentially by the developer in future plans. And with that, I'd like to invite Rachel from engineering up to discuss the utilities and transportation.
All right, good evening once again.
Good evening again.
So on the screen before you, we have the town-approved water map showing the properties in for rezoning highlighted in blue, shown here. You'll see orange, red, and green lines. That is our existing water main infrastructure. As you can see, it is available for this development to tie into and extend where needed. And just a note, with each development plan or master plan that does come into the process, a hydraulic water model analysis and fire flow analysis will be completed. To the right on the screen is the town-approved sewer map. You can see the teal lines and yellow circles indicating the existing sanitary sewer infrastructure available to the project site. And with the first development plan or master plan that is submitted, we'll have a downstream sewer evaluation required with that. And as previously discussed, when this came before you, a traffic impact analysis was completed with the project. The map to the right shows the study radius, indicating the study intersections shown here with the black dot in the middle. There were 11 intersections studied with this analysis. And then the proposed site access points with the black T, with the properties being submitted for rezoning highlighted in green as well. And this slide gives a little closer look at the results of the TIA. You can see tract 1, 2, and 3 highlighted here in the proposed access points. The first northern access of tract 1 is proposed full access. The southern access of tract 1 would be a right in, right out. The first access off of Main Street on tract 2 would prohibit left turns out of the site. And the secondary access off of Ralph Stevens Road for tract 2 is right in, right out. For tract 3, we have a proposed access off of South Main Street as a right in, right out. And then there are 2 potential secondary access points being explored with the development plan and master plan stage design. The 2 intersections highlighted in the turquoise stars indicate some major improvements that are being committed to with the rezoning. Fee in lieu for improvements along GB Alford Highway. At the intersection of Ralph Stevens Road, Piney Grove, Woburn, and South Main Street, a new through right turn lane will be constructed going northbound on Piney Grove, Woburn onto Ralph Stevens Road, as well as upgrades to the existing signal timing and signal pole construction. With that, I will turn it over to Matt Beard with Parks and Recreation to discuss the Greenway.
I'm looking.
You see me?
Hello, Matt.
Give up on us.
He was watching from his phone.
I hear him running. He's running. I hear him running up. Got a runner.
There he is.
Matt, we're running way ahead, so
Faster.
we understand. Just joking. What we need is a little love and laughter.
Well, now I got to catch my breath. Come
You're on, Matt.
on. With the gym closed, I'm really getting
Matt Beard, Park and Rec.
So yes, part of this project is a kind of a volunteered greenway extension, or you call it a side path, because it's really going to be kind of parallel with the Piney Grove Wilburn going north-south. So I wasn't kidding about catching my breath. No.
You want to take a break?
Oh, I was breathing through the mask too. Oh.
You can take your mask off by
So we have the project site up here on the north end. So you can see the bright green that I've highlighted is a very general location for where you could have a path. I went out a couple months ago just to kind of get an idea of topography and potential layout options. I was not able to ascertain exactly where the right-of-way meets the private property. So for any kind of conclusive measurement of how much right-of-way would be needed or easements would be needed to be acquired, we would need to have a design and a survey conducted. That being said, there were some pretty obvious locations that would be a little bit more difficult. The first being a existing stream crossing down at the southern end of the daycare site. You can kind of see it on the aerial there. The existing roadway kind of hugs the top of that culvert, and then there's some pretty heavy slopes on either side. So we'd probably be looking at some type of bridge structure having to be constructed as part of that. Similarly, on the southern half of that proposed greenway, this is the Garrison subdivision down here. So you have an existing stub greenway kind of coming out right there, and that's where we'd be looking at tying into. But that whole area is wetlands, and there's a creek that kind of cuts through under there. So kind of same situation, you'd have to figure out how to place a structure in that area, potentially having to work through some environmental permits to do so. And just highlighted in pink on here, there's kind of a little nub of property that juts out a little bit further into where everybody else has kind of already given up as right of way. So I'm not sure if that's accurately mapped or if that would be something that would have to be acquired, but we do have all the property owner information shown on here, and that's up to date per Wake County. So you can see we do have some open space that's owned by the neighborhoods. So that's not, I mean, it's private property, but not individually owned, as well as some town-owned property up by the entrance to the subdivision. Now there's always kind of a balance of if you're going to be acquiring right-of-way or simply easements on property, and I think that's part of any calculation for this type of project. One thing that Rachel and Rodney from engineering and I have spoken about is the proposed cross-section for the ultimate build-out of Piney Grove Wilburn, and the fact that it does include a bike lane on both the north and southbound lanes, and that if we had a large enough path, like a 10-foot greenway side path that is off the street, that is the preferred means of bicycle and pedestrian traffic rather than having the on-street bike lane option. So we would look at providing a revised build out so that we could have a safer off-street option, especially through this section where, it's currently, there's no curb. So we really would need to get as much separation as possible with that greenway, but also to place it such that when this area develops, if this area develops, or if we go in and build out the road, we're not going to have to rip out what was just built as a greenway.
Yeah.
So there's kind of a lot of things that go into it. But, you know, the fact of the matter is that there's somebody offering to put a greenway connection down. And we are, as I understand the agreement, basically on the hook for getting the right of way or easements needed to make this work. And then also to work with the developer on building this kind of bridge connection that I pointed out as one of the difficult bits. And that there would be a reimbursement of Parks and Recreation fees in the amount of that construction. But everything else would just be the developer's cost to build to that first 2,000 feet. If you have any questions, be happy to answer them.
Questions, Matt? You've been here. We're good? We're good, Matt.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I think our next slide is regarding the development agreement. Our attorney John Stefano will cover that.
Okay.
Yes, council, as we discussed at your January workshop, the development agreement has got a couple of interesting new components. Matt just talked about the side path, sidewalk, greenway, where their developers is agreeing to construct the 2,000 feet and then an additional 500 feet with the fee in lieu. For the 2,000 feet, sort of goes into the bucket of infrastructure agreement improvements, which include $105,000 of NC 55 fee in lieu of widening, the lane widening, and the through lane and turn lane that Rachel talked about that the town collected from other developments that the developer is going to build, and we will transfer whatever money we collected for that. And that's going north on Ralph Stevens at the intersection of Ralph Stevens and Main, and a conversion of the mast arm traffic signal. Now the sidewalk and the mast arm traffic signal are tied to the construction of the Solaris building in phase 3. So just be aware that that's not the sidewalk is not going to be the first thing that goes in.
Yeah.
So that's something to make you aware of.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the cost of the outside, the cost of the off-site infrastructure is estimated at about $585,000. The town is going to reimburse the developer that $585,000 using what's called a synthetic tax increment grant, which takes the delta between the tax millage, the income from the ad valorem tax right now, and compares it to the post-bill amount, and then the town gives back a percentage of that difference, not 100%, but in the first 3 years it's 80%, and then it ratchets down to 30 and 40%, down to 10% on year 7. And what that does is, it's no real new money. It's only, you're only paying back for this offsite infrastructure with new money that's brought in by the developer. And I don't know if the manager wants to add anything to that, if that's description significant, but it's capped at $585,000. So if, as we project, the increment bump up is as big as we think it would be. The developer will, most of the town will probably be giving back that full 585 sooner than 7 years, just because of not knowing what the increase is going to be.
And no, Joel, just to add, I think the overall total cost that the developer will pick up is actually more than 585,000. So this will cover a portion of that cost that the developer is bearing, but not the full cost. And again, as the town attorney mentioned, only those property taxes that are new from this sole development are the property taxes that will pay for the reimbursement on that infrastructure.
And then the other different component to this infrastructure agreement is that the developer, by his own volition, wanted to add 50 workforce housing units, and those are defined as units that are targeted, rental units that are targeted for people making 50 to 80% of the area median income,
right,
and working in home in the corporate limits policy. And he's committed to rent those 50 workforce housing units in at 75% of the fair market value for a period of 20 years. And the town, to assist in this effort, and frankly, this helps the town a little bit too, for selfish reasons, the town is allowing them to master meter with a water and sewer master meter. So the town has one water customer in the scenario, but will collect availability for the 50 units on a monthly basis. So it is up to the developer, the ultimate landowner, same developer, to collect the usage charge for that water of those 50 units. It does give the developer a break in what we collect for a impact fee or a system development fee. It does give him a break initially. Therefore, if he doesn't maintain those 50 units, there's a per unit clawback of that system development fee each year, about $390 a year. So he's only renting 49 units that 1 year. We claw back 1 year's worth for 1 unit, and he would pay it back. So throughout this 20 years, the town is keeping him honest on his commitment to have this workforce housing experiment. And again, there's really no ad valorem or general fund tax dollars towards this endeavor, but it's sort of a win-win because the town and the business, it's business benefit to have one customer instead of 50. So that's another aspect.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I think this is kind of a review of things that we've been discussing in the past. Am I correct? So nothing here is surprising to us, at least not to me. I don't think so. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, maybe just for clarification, all the terms that we discussed at your workshop here recently are similar.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Any questions of the counselor on his discussion? We good on that? Okay. Okay.
So as was
Thomas, you're back in it.
And as was discussed back in December, at that time, the planning board representative did provide a recap of their decision. So if you wish to hear from Thomas again, we can certainly bring them up. Otherwise, as you heard at that point, they did approve, planning board did approve with removal of a workforce housing condition, which has been since modified. And as you saw in your packet in December and this evening as well.
Thomas, you want to, since you've been patient back here, do you want to add anything to that? Bobby? All right. Well, thank you, sir, for waiting. Thank you. All right. At this point in time, I have no one signed up for the public hearing. We're going to do it anyway. And if the applicant would like to speak, this would be your chance. If not, we're okay with that. Hi, Ellie. Name and address, please. You know the drill.
Eliza Blood, 907 Crabtree Crossing Parkway, Morrisville, North Carolina, the developer. We're not going to make the presentation again. If you close your eyes, you remember the presentation from back then. You remember it quite. As you can see, there's a difference between this development and what you saw over here earlier today. All we have is support. Nobody's object. We'll be here for questions if you want us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Although I have no one signed up, is there anyone here that wanted to sign up and didn't? Is there anybody who wants to speak? If not, I think at this point in time, we're eligible to close the public hearing and go further to. What's there for questions?
I'll just ask the single question that I asked the last 3 times on this. Do we have a percentage? Did we ever calculate an actual percentage of commercial versus residential with the way it's finally fallen out here?
Councilmember McGrath, I apologize. I do not have that statistic on me, and I don't know if we've calculated that for tonight.
I don't have that.
Sorry, I meant to say that.
Nope, sorry.
And then I got busy doing other stuff.
I apologize for that.
Is it safe to assume it's still below 30%?
Does somebody have that information? If they do, we'll wait. Okay, maybe we need our memory refreshed. No?
Math at 11:15.
Would you like that number to flip on forward?
That's fine.
I think we had said before the senior living is technically non-residential, right? It's a commercial use.
Yeah, that's.
But I don't remember that's the one thing that stuck out from
We
me. I
really
don't remember
never
the percentage.
kinda
We
came
never
to
got
that
to the
consensus.
whatever that was a point of.
I mean, the tax basis is residential, correct? I mean, it's not going to come down as a.
Well, the Wake County tax assessor will assess the multifamily components as commercial. That's typically what's done in North Carolina.
For the senior living.
Correct. Okay. Although technically speaking, they're residential.
This would be 100% non-residential according to Wake County tax for when they calculate.
For the
100% commercial, but there are people living
Mhm.
in the facility.
So the only residential is Solaris.
And even the Solaris, if it's apartment, is commercial.
Okay.
So for that, tax.
Tax purposes.
Tax purposes. Now, they tax at the same rate. It's just Wake County tax assessor doesn't split and count as single family residential as residential. Townhome, condo.
I'll certainly let the applicant correct me and give the correct figure, but conceivably, given the way the Wake County assessor assesses it, I'm making a little bit of an assumption that probably all of it, or a very high percentage, would be classified as commercial under the Wake County tax system.
Now, do you have any information on this at this point? Yes? Right. Okay. Enough?
About 20, 25. Okay.
That's your quick calculation.
Thank you, Ellie.
Thank you, Ellie.
In skiers terms, that works for me.
All right, other questions or comments?
Just a few comments from me. I think, I'm a firm believer in that compromise. Everybody walks away from the table happy, but they also walk away from the table with something that they probably didn't think they were going to agree to at the beginning. And I think for me, looking at this, there's some things that I really like, and there's still some things that I'm on the fence about. But I think overall, where my opinion started of this project 18 months ago at TRC to where we are now, the 10 to 12 meetings that I've had with Mr. Zablut and his team in between that whole time period, it's a testament to what we're trying to do in this town. I think in this business, we meet with a lot of developers, and there's a very small handful of people that you talk to and interact with in that community that you walk away from the meeting and it's like, this is somebody that I could work with for the town, and I know that they're going to help us get to a better place. And not every developer is like that. But this team, I think, is one of those. And I've seen that commitment in every meeting that I've had, every suggestion that was raised, from the art park in a meeting that Councilman Villotson and I had, 9-12 months ago, to meeting Councilman McGrath and I had back in March, talking about some of the concerns and why we're at an impasse in the agreement. How do we get those things resolved? We've seen that desire to work together and to be a part of the town and to help us achieve some of these goals. And we're seeing that through the public infrastructure, which for me is the biggest mover on this project. There's a lot of good things, a lot of good uses, which I never really had a whole lot of heartburn with. But what we can do to support the people that already live here and how we're going to better the community is a big thing for me, especially when we look at projects at this scale. And we're doing a lot of those things with this development agreement. So I'm pleased with the result, and a rare public shout out for John Schifano. I think you did a good job with the agreement. I was got to give him a little burn a little bit, but I was pleasantly happy to see that agreement. I think we've captured all the terms from the workshop, from all the discussions we've had with the development team. So I've probably come full circle in a way on this project, but I'm glad to see it in the place that it is today, and I look forward to getting it underway and seeing these public improvements and what you do with the property. So good luck.
Me too. Other comments before we go to the motion?
The only thing I wanted to add is you have been working with us for a while, but you've also worked with the community around, and for them to come and support this project says a lot, because I know that that's not how it started. So I think that really is the win-win that we're looking for in our community. And the infrastructure for our residents is great. The innovative approach to starting some workforce housing is great. So thank you for thinking out of the box and bringing us something. And I think that's what we want. We want developers that want to work with us to make our town better and in line with our vision. So we appreciate the many, many meetings. And on a side note, I do know some of the family that owns this land, and I know that this is a great day for them when they think about where this land will be used to make our town better. So it's a win-win-win-win. Thank you, everyone.
Anyone else?
I'll say I'll second Councilman Berry's perspective, on looking at the overall project a little bit differently. And Ellie, thank you for all those conversations. I appreciate that, you and your team. I will still state on record that I do still believe we have way too many apartments in a very small area of town. So we'll see how that goes long term, because we've got 3,000 or so apartment units within a mile and a half. So it's a lot of apartments that are being built as we go right now. So I still have some trepidation on this. So please, if there are any other developers out there listening, don't bring us any more apartment complex developments in this part of town.
Who else? Anybody else? You good? You good? Someone want to tackle motion? I think we have 3. Am I right? 3 motions? 2? Okay.
It's only 11 o'clock.
Oh, we had 3.
Make the motion to adopt statement of consistency.
Second.
What's been made second? Let's go down. Dan Barry,
Aye.
Pete Willison,
Aye.
Christine Kelly,
Aye.
Sean McGrath,
Aye.
Aaron Wolf.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Number 2.
Motion to adopt ordinance for rezoning and development agreement for Village Gate with conditions.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Dan Barry,
Aye.
Pete Wilson,
Aye.
Christine Kelly,
Aye.
Sean McGrath,
Aye.
Aaron Wolf.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Good job. And guess what?
Thanks.
Agenda item 10. Okay. Oh, we're not breaking up yet. We're just getting started.
We're only halfway there.
We got until midnight.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ellie. Safe trip home. Thank you, Ellie.
Thanks.
Take good care. See you all later.
There you go.
Yay, T. Give him a second. Good night now.
Good
Good night. Back to agenda item number 10, consent agenda, Mayor Pro Tem.
Make a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion been made second. I'm going to do all in favor.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed unanimously. Next. Agenda item 15, new business, fiscal year 2020, 2021 budget adoption. Randy Harrington and maybe Patty Dressen too, I think. Maybe not.
Mayor and council, we do not have a presentation tonight, but you have had 2 presentations on the recommended budget. In addition to your February retreat, you've had 3 additional meetings where you've had a chance to discuss the budget as well as make amendments, which you did at your June 4th budget workshop. The interim finance director, Patty Dressen, and I are more than happy to answer any questions that you might have. But with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
Okay. Any questions of either Patty or Randy? We've been through this one. I think, just off the record, or on the record, I guess, I think our budget's probably, having talked to the rest of the mayors, a budget of envy for a lot of towns. And I compliment each and every one of you for being a participant in this. Any other comments, any questions? If not,
We just get clarification because I started to make a motion when we were adopting or talking about the workshop with the additional fees for the licensing. So just to re-clarify exactly how those fees go into our funding pool, if you will. Yeah, so the way it's worded, those fees, adding the $15 to the motor vehicle tax would go to our street reserves, and it would be tagged for expenditures only for the purpose of transportation improvements.
Which includes sidewalks, crosswalks.
Correct. Sidewalks, crosswalks, street rehab, could be street widenings, a wide variety of street-related type infrastructure. Such as major safety issues like signals, street alignment. Right.
Yeah.
We just got done talking about. Yep.
I also think this is a more important issue than it was about a year ago, knowing what's going on with DOT and everything else. This is some healthy thought process.
Which the motion I was going to make, and I'll make it, and
go ahead.
We'll see where it goes. But I would like to motion that the first $5 of that fee also goes towards those infrastructure improvements, not just into the general fund, because of everything that's going on right now and what we see going on with DOT and all the identified needs that we have in our town for infrastructure. So I just would, we're going to raise those fees. I'd rather put them, where our residents continue to be here in large groupings talking about the continual problems we have with infrastructure and safety issues from our roads.
Any
So that's a
comments?
motion.
I'm sorry. Any comments on that?
There are other things that I know that we can't fund right now that are just as important to residents, like a housing study. So I don't know if that $5, I don't know if I'm ready to say all towards traffic, because there are some other things that are also very important to residents. So I'm comfortable with the way it is now.
I get it. My only point with that is we have other areas in in the budget, we can address with those based on priorities. And this is a driving tax. So it's based on vehicle use and things like that, which I think, my opinion, would be most appropriate to just put 100% of it towards that challenge that we have in our town.
Who else wants to chime in on that?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, motion been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
Well, my concern is the impact on the budget as already calculated. I think to change that at this point will have consequences.
And that was the point that I was going to make. So the current $10 funds 300,000. And so those funds have been allocated to your other priorities in the general fund. And so if you were to do that, we would have to rebalance the budget because you're essentially taking out that
Well,
300,000.
We're actually not though, right, Randy? Because we actually added $15 that wasn't in the budget prior to the budget meeting. So
Correct, the 15, but the other,
that's what I'm saying. So, I mean, we're talking, we had not had that money in there to start with. And we made a decision at the budget workshop to increase that fee by $15. So that was a $15 windfall that we were not expecting as we went into the budget discussion. So it was not in the budget to start with.
correct. And maybe just for
That's
clarification.
my point. Yeah.
Are you referring to the any portion of the existing $10 component? Or are you speaking to only the 15?
Yeah, I'm saying for this year's budget to take 100% of that $25 fee that we agreed upon and apply it towards transportation and not towards any general fund.
I think the issue here is that we're getting at is the first $5 has already been allocated to the general fund. So if you're doing that and moving it solely to street reserve, you're removing $150,000 that might be allocated for other things.
I get it.
in the budget.
Sorry, let me
Right.
reshape that. So where I'm trying to go, and I probably just misspoke, and I'll realize, well, Aaron, what you just said is probably correct. So to reshape that, the extra $15 we just put on our budget,
Yeah.
I'd like to make sure that all of that, I mean, the $5 that we had going in there in the original budget that Randy proposed to us,
Right.
I'm fine with keeping that where it was. But all of the money that we had above that, so anywhere from 5 to 25, that $20 all goes into transportation.
Oh,
on the
We're all in
10.
agreement.
And I believe
Yeah,
it's-
that was.
that's-
I think
that's-
statutorily,
That's
yeah.
what we have to do.
Yeah, we don't have to look at that statutory.
Yeah.
The which piece?
The 15 increase statutorily, that can only go. That's
Correct. Correct.
I just want
And
to make sure we're all there.
I heard the motion as the first part, right, which is using the whole fee.
Yeah.
And that would require the $150,000 to be
To come back
changed.
out-
So,
to come back out.
right, we could, you could think about it in a future year, right? This year we have the 150 that's already budgeted, but then next year do we apply the whole 25 to?
For the record, I agree with your sentiment.
I'll withdraw it for now, but I think it's something we need to consider going forward in the future.
Yeah,
So, I mean,
definitely agree.
I don't want to throw the budget into upheaval, but I do think, all of this money needs to go towards the things we've identified are a
One-
challenge for our community.
And Mr. Mayor, if it's any consolation for Mr. McGrath, in the recommended budget, it does include approximately, I think it's 150,000 from the general fund to the pay-as-you-go fund for your sidewalk, pedestrian, and bicycle improvements. So essentially, you've already got $5 of that existing 10 going
Perfect.
To that, but that's a practical matter. But
So the motion's been withdrawn. Let's have a new motion.
Can I ask, I just want to add one comment.
Sure.
Since we've been talking about the budget, we've obviously been getting a lot of emails and comments from citizens concerning about current events, maybe looking at our public safety. I'm comfortable, and I know that our budget right now, we've added only one position for public safety, which is around an animal.
Animal control supervisor?
Yes. So just to make sure that our residents know that, but we will be looking at, with the police chief coming on board, looking at the ways that we want to support our public safety, but also look at our residents. So that's the only thing right now is what changed from 2 weeks ago is just a lot more input from residents wondering how we're going to support our public safety. So we will continue to look at that and see what we do in those areas in lieu of the pressures going on from residents.
There's a motion on the table. I don't recall if it was seconded or not.
There wasn't one
There
yet.
wasn't a motion yet.
Okay.
I have some additional comments. I think I'll reiterate the comments I made at the workshop on the budget related to the fee. I think for me, there's a lot of good things in this budget. I'm very happy with staff's work and presenting a balanced budget that invests in our strategic priority areas adequately, in my opinion. But I'm having a hard time getting over that fee increase on the vehicle fee when our median assessed value for a home is at $333,777, and those households are paying $105 a year to fund the transportation bonds already out of their ad valorem taxes. The more your home is assessed over that median amount, the more in proportion you're already paying for transportation. So this additional $15 is on top of $105 or more, depending on the assessed value of your home. Given how late it was introduced in the process, I think there was limited input from the public on how to evaluate this from our standpoint. And is this something we should consider now or next year? And in the discussions I've had since the workshop, I think some colleagues have brought to my attention, there's been a six-figure loss, if you will, of revenues over the years that we could have had in street reserves to fund sidewalks, much needed sidewalks that we need, road improvements, resurfacings, widenings, whatever. And I recognize that, right? This has been a missed opportunity for a number of years. And if we're going to correct it, that's fine. But typically our major budget items are discussed at the retreat. And this was one that kind of came up later in the cycle. Doesn't mean it's broken and doesn't mean it is not broken and needs to be fixed. I just think, there wasn't enough time to get that public input. And more importantly for me, the transportation bond was a big effort for this town and getting it through. And it's a lot of money as a taxpayer. It is a costly investment for all of our residents to make. And quite frankly, we have some tough decisions to make on this transportation bond. And I said that at the workshop, and I'm going to stand behind it until we figure it out. And there's a lot of work that all of us have to do to get that thing right. And there's funding sacrifices that have to be made and projects that may not get done and projects we need to reimagine or figure out how we spend that money on other things. And until we entertain those conversations or figure out how we're going to navigate this challenging environment with escalating construction costs and projects and DOT shortfalls in funding, I just don't know that adding another $15 to the coffers to try and help with sidewalks, which is a needed improvement, but I just don't think the optics and the messaging is right at this time. So I don't support the fee increase. Much like I did at the workshop, so that's my piece on that. I just wanted to reiterate the comments that I made. But other than that, generally great work on the budget, and I think there's a lot of good things in there.
All right, where do we go from here?
Are we ready for a motion?
No. Motion to adopt ordinance 20-02, adopting the fiscal year 2020-2021 town budget.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Dan Barry.
Nay.
Pete Wilson.
Aye.
Christine Kelly.
Aye.
Sean McGrath.
Aye.
Aaron Wolf.
Aye.
4 ayes and 1 nay, with your explanation, of course. That passes 4-1. Okay.
I think to go along with what Dan was saying, it's probably a good time to get a status update on the transportation bond projects, where they stand, what the future looks like, and so forth. I think it's been a little while. It'd be good to have some more information on that.
Okay. Let's go to.
Got a quick comment there as well.
Yeah, go ahead.
Randy, I think it's important as we roll the budget out, to Councilman Kelly's point there, we need to make sure that our residents here understand that we also gave up a lot of things in this year's budget. A lot of staffing positions that were brought forward, especially on the public safety perspective. So we already underfunded, if you will, what you were asking, or what our departments were asking for from our public safety perspective. So we already significantly underfunded positions that were asked for in this year's budget. So I think that's important as we go forward to message this year's budget out front.
Okay. Anything else? No. Good. Agenda item 16, new business, Holly Springs Road widening, phase 2 easement and right-of-way acquisition transportation bond project number 19009. Tim Athey, you're here and you're on.
Good evening,
Good
Mr.
evening,
Mayor. It is still evening.
It's still
yes.
Tuesday.
Barely.
Good evening, Town Council. My name is Tim Athey. I'm the transportation engineer for the town of Holly Springs. And tonight I would like to discuss with you the Holly Springs Road Widening Phase 2 Transportation Bond Project. And specifically, I'd like to discuss the easement and right-of-way acquisition and also the appraisals that go along with that process. The purpose of this presentation is to approve a budget amendment transferring $2 million from the interfund loan to the project account for temporary easement and right-of-way acquisition. Requested action tonight will be a motion to approve the transfer of funds to the project account for temporary easements and right-of-way acquisition in the amount of $2 million. A little bit of background for Holly Springs Road Phase 2 bond project. The project goal is to reduce traffic congestion along this corridor, but perhaps most importantly, it's to improve motorists and pedestrian safety as well. Currently, our design consultant is working on the 65% design plans, and that includes the design of our 3-span bridge over Middle Creek. And right now, I just want to kind of explain that typically when we go through the road design process for a road project such as this, we do not attempt to acquire right-of-way or easements until the 65% design process is completed. We have made a decision to start that process, the right-of-way acquisition process, early. And the reason for that is because we are on a very tight schedule for this project. The Holly Springs Road Phase 2 bond project is what I would consider the most important project to complete as far as the design phase is concerned. And the reason for that is in about a year, we will be required to have the bonds issued for all of our bond projects. And the Holly Springs Road project is the one that the bond issuer has determined must go first in order to issue bonds for all of the projects. So we're on a very tight schedule to meet the issuance of those bonds for this project specifically. This bond project is on schedule, and we are looking at an anticipated construction start date of mid-2021. I want to look at this map. This map represents the what I would consider the construction limits for the Holly Springs Road project. And really, we're only looking at half of the project. This is Flint Point. Here's the fire station. So this is the very western end of the project. And Middle Creek is going to be out here somewhere. But what I want to direct your attention to would be the lime green shading on both sides of the project. And what that represents is right-of-way and or easements that we have to acquire for this project. So if you look at that, you can see that basically every parcel along this project, we will have to acquire right-of-way and or easements. And this is true for the entire project. Just about every parcel adjacent to this project, we will have to acquire right-of-way and easements. And I believe the total is somewhere around 80 to 85 parcels. And the reason why I bring this up is because when our town attorney and his staff go out to acquire this easement, he's got a lot of work ahead. He's got a lot of doors to bang on. And one thing that you have to consider for these roadway construction projects, when we're in the design phase, generally the slowest process is the right-of-way acquisition process. That can really bog down a project schedule. So that's why it's vital that we get started as soon as possible with the acquisition of right-of-way on this project. And if you remember, I mentioned generally that doesn't happen until we are at a 65% project design phase, but we're looking to do that sooner. So in summary, this budget amendment will allow for property appraisals and the initiation of easement and right-of-way acquisition. This is a critical step in adhering to the project schedule, and perhaps more critical is so we can meet the 2021 bond issuance, which will affect all the bond projects. At this point, does anybody have any questions?
Questions to Tim?
Quick question, just for education purposes, for whoever has it, maybe John, I don't know. There's a significant frontage there that's covered by a Wake County public school system. So are they usually amenable to these type of things, or is there an issue working those things? I mean, they've got to.
I'm pretty sure we have all the existing right away from the original school construction.
I just noticed it was green. That's all. That's the only reason I asked the question.
They're pretty easy to work.
Sounds good. Perfect. Yeah, I just saw that it was the biggest stretch we had there. So.
Okay. Other questions?
And I've talked to this with both Counselor and Randy. There are some longtime property owners and homes on that Holly Springs Road that, given that we're doing this after NC DOT went and acquired land for 540, there's confusion, there's fear, there's misinformation. I really want to make sure that we handle these guys with kid gloves and be fair, communicate, and explain what's going on. Because I would hate to do what some of the folks felt like with 540.
Okay. Other comments?
If I could just respond to that. I know that to date, we've been very respectful. We've had several property owners come in, and you're right, 540 has put a bad taste in their mouth. And but we've been upfront and honest as best as we can, and we're going to continue, being honest and upfront. And if anything, if we can put them at ease at all, we certainly will do that.
I mean, they think their land, you can take their land, you don't have to, I mean, all of those things, that it's communication, and I know that you will do a great job.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. How about a motion?
Motion to approve budget amendment transferring $2 million from interfund loan 22.95.04 to project account 48-818-9190.05 for temporary easement and right-of-way acquisition.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Dan Barry.
Aye.
Pete Wilson.
Aye.
Kristen Kelly.
Aye.
Sean McGrath.
Aye.
Aaron Wool.
Aye.
Randy Herring. Oh, no. It's getting late.
That's a first.
I just want to make sure you're.
Caught me by surprise.
Your dream.
I'll leave the voting to you all.
All right. Let's go to other business, and I just got a couple things I want to say. Number one, an update on COVID-19. As of noon today, a new one for you. Our zip code 27540 is now available, and that will include not only Holly Springs, but there are areas in Harnett County and et cetera, a little bit over here. 45 cases. I'm not trying to downplay this, but 45 cases, and unfortunately, one death. Comment, facts, not fear. And speaking of facts, I have one more to announce, and I wasn't going to do this. On Thursday, June 18th, it's kind of like a special day. It's my wife and I's 60th, 60 wedding anniversary. So I wanted to make that announcement to the world because I'm sure they all want to celebrate with us. All right. Next. Who else?
I've been able to participate in a couple of wonderful, peaceful marches so far, and I know that there's another one planned this weekend on Saturday. And I think I could speak for all of us here and staff that we are listening to the moment that we have at this time and making sure that we learn, hear, look to see what we can adjust. And I just want to compliment staff that everybody's been really going out and trying to go above and beyond to build those bridges. So I appreciate that. The other thing I want to add is we were in a meeting yesterday, the mayor and I and some staff.
Yep.
We are aware that there are issues with the landfill recently. We know that they've had equipment problems. We are speaking with the Wake County representatives. We're speaking with, asking them to help us to figure out a way out of this situation where there's so many odor issues. But please continue. If you smell any type of odor, use the forms. They need the information. We encourage you to do that. Don't give up, because that data is really important now more than ever. So we appreciate that.
Just for your edification, I had a nice long chit chat with one of the County Commissioners this morning.
I bet you I know which one.
Sig Hutchison. So anyway, just want to add that. Who else?
If I could just add on that landfill thing, I know I actually sent an email to John Roberson last week because I had complaints in my own neighborhood for the first time in my 8 years in this town. The stench supposedly reached our neighborhood. We hadn't been able to verify it, reached out to John. I did copy Randy on that note. I mean, my opinion was a pretty nonchalant response about the app. And you had this similar concern, Christine, about the app where at being at Target, and I've done it before where it doesn't take the address. So I had 5 people in my neighborhood send me screenshots that says the addresses aren't valid. So I asked John, what do we got to do? And he's like, well, we could expand it, but if we could follow up with him or David on why that thing isn't working, because it's a continued issue with the app not taking addresses for people to be able to report this, actively when it happens. So if they want the data, that's fine, but the app's got to be able to work to input the data. So I don't know what's going on with that thing, or if he hasn't come back and said they got it resolved, but would appreciate if we could follow up on that.
I haven't heard. Who else? Good.
Just a minor one. I know it was going to get out there, and there were some folks that, well, NCDOT is continuing to move on with NC 540. If for those people who live over in the Wood Creek area,
Yeah,
understand
you
that.
know they are.
And see it happening daily. They did put the barricade out today
Today.
on River Falls Road. So for those people that cut through one side of Sunset Lake Road to get over to Holly Springs Road, that cut through was temporarily taken away from them. But they removed the blockades. The blockades are coming back out on Monday again to be permanently blocked. So for all those folks that take that cut through from Sunset Lake over to Holly Springs Road or through Wood Creek, that will no longer be an option.
My favorite place. I won't do it.
So, and NCDOT's, I mean, they're trying to do community meetings and get the word out, and they send out postcards and stuff, but those only go to, specified targeted folks. So it doesn't go to everybody. And I know there's more people that probably use that road than just the people getting postcards.
Right. Anything else? We good? Good. Well, the last is a manager's report, and a young lady, Jessica McMillan, happens to be also here. I saw her. There you are.
Mayor, I have 4 items, and if you want to hold maybe just for 1 second, let me run through a couple of them first, and then when we bring Interim Chief McMillan up.
Okay, hang on for just a second. My mistake.
Okay. That's great. Let me just run through a couple items real quick, if that's okay. First off, earlier in the council meeting, we had the Tree City USA designation, and I want to thank the council for your entire leadership and the previous council on that. And as well, Gina Clapp for her leadership at the staff level with that. I know Matt Beard played a big role in that as well, so I just want to recognize those efforts. Secondly, as a reminder that we have an additional business meeting this month on Monday at 6 p.m. And that's this upcoming Monday to primarily cover some planning items. We may have 1 or 2 other business items that we want to put forward for your consideration, but just a reminder for next Monday. The third, and if Leanne Plummer, is she behind me here? Let me ask Leanne to come up for just briefly. There's been some conversation and questions around what are the plans for the July 5th fireworks celebration. And so I want to just take just a couple minutes and let our Parks and Recreation Director just give you a little bit of a snippet of where we are right now with that.
Yep. Good evening once again. Just a reminder that July 5th, or the Independence Day holiday in Holly Springs, is celebrated on July 5th. And despite the restrictions on mass gatherings, staff has been working hard to see what we can do to make sure that we could have a celebration in Holly Springs. So we've consulted with different folks, looked at some different options, and we are proposing to do a virtual fireworks show on Sunday, July 5th, as we traditionally would do over at Sug Farm as well, to really give the Holly Springs community an opportunity to celebrate with their families the Independence Day holiday. In addition, we are planning some additional wraparound events. We'll have a virtual concert by Mo Jazz featuring Connie McCoy. That'll be that's typically Summer at the Springs event, but that'll be a virtual concert on Friday, July 3rd. Saturday, July 4th, we hope to do a food art competition, just sort of a drop-off opportunity at the farmers market, again, to sort of encourage some more virtual walk-by community participation. And then on Sunday, July 5th, the virtual fireworks over at Sug Farm. And we're working through all the communication on that to ensure that families are aware of what they can and cannot do relative to participating and viewing this option for our July 5th fireworks.
Excellent. Any questions? You good?
Yes, and more details file, watch the website, and we'll certainly be communicating with council and the community about, again, details and online links.
Are we zooming that, or are we doing drone footage for virtual?
We are working with IT and communications to look at some drone footage and looking at multiple platforms to be able to provide live links for the fireworks. So not just Zoom. In fact, I don't think it'll be Zoom. I think we're looking at some other options.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, thank you, Mayor. And then the last item, a very important item, while Interim Chief McMillan, I'll invite her up as I do a little bit of an intro here. Over the past 1 to 2 weeks, Interim Chief McMillan and myself have been reviewing our use of force policies, particularly through the lens of the 8 can't wait requests that are designed to minimize, reduce the use of force occurrences. And so over the past week, our police department has also added on our website information related to our various policies. And we've got those, if any residents would like to visit the hollyspringsnc.gov, and then you can go to our transparency portal, and that'll take you to this particular information. That gives a little bit more information and summarizes the policies that we have in place, some of the actions that are coming forward, such as the body cams that the council talked about at your budget workshop, and that you essentially approved in terms of going forward here tonight in your budget process. So a couple important pieces there. The other thing that I think it's important to point out is that our police department, it is committed to doing the right thing. And it's also committed to strengthening the trust from our residents. And it's also committed to listening and engaging in our community, to have a dialogue and to help understand if there are opportunities where any residents don't feel safe, don't feel protected, that we want to hear that dialogue and those conversations, and to help ensure that we're meeting the expectations that you have, council, of us, as well as our residents and businesses. Our police officers, I can also vouch, our police officers care greatly about our community, and they love our community. And I think we all know that they have some of the toughest jobs of anybody out there in our community. I'm grateful for Interim Chief McMillan and the work that she and her team have been doing here over the past few weeks, and the engagements that we've had with the community. I know we still have work to do, but what we wanted to do tonight was to provide you a little bit of a brief overview of some of these policies, and in particular, one change that we identified where we can be a little bit stronger on our policies in terms of as it relates to use of force. So, Interim Chief McMillan.
Thank you guys for having me. First of all, I want to thank the community for working with our police department with our peaceful protest. The goal for you guys, for us, for the community is to keep it a safe community. So I do really appreciate everybody that came out, everybody that's participated. During the past week, as Mr. Harrington said, that command staff along with town manager's office have been reviewing the use of force policy. We looked at how the policy aligns with Campaign Zero's research-based recommendations, and they have 8, and so I'm just going to briefly go over them and then explain some of the changes we made. The first one is to ban chokeholds and strangleholds, and it's allowing officers to choke or strangle civilians in many cases where less than lethal force could be used instead results in the unnecessary death or serious injury of civilians. The second one is requires de-escalation. It requires officers to de-escalate situations where possible by communicating with subjects, maintaining distance, and otherwise eliminating the need for the use of force. The third is require warning before shooting, which requires officers to give a verbal warning when possible before shooting at a civilian. Number 4 is exhaust all alternatives before shooting, which requires an officer to exhaust all other reasonable means before resorting to deadly force. Number 5 is the duty to intervene, which requires officers to intervene and stop excessive force used by other officers and report these incidents immediately to a supervisor. Number 6 is to ban shooting at moving vehicles, which restricts officers from shooting at a moving vehicle, which is regarded as a particularly dangerous and ineffective tactic. Number 7 requires the use of a force continuum. So it's developed a force continuum that limits the types of force and or weapons that can be used to respond to the specific types of resistance. And finally, number 8 is require comprehensive reporting, which requires officers to report each time they use force or threaten the use of force against civilians. We're proud to say that our policies are in line with their recommendations. One area we did change, which would be number 5, the duty to intervene. From the day officers get an ability, we're always told if you see excessive force, whatever, report it. We just put it in our policy, so it's actually a written rule. So that was the only change that we made. So, and it specifically says, I'll read it just so everybody has it for record. It is the duty of every officer to attempt to prevent any other officer from using unwarranted or excessive force. The use of any unwarranted or excessive force must be reported to a supervisor as soon as possible by the witnessing officer. So that's the change. That's the one change we made. So we want to continue listening and hearing everybody. I know we've been getting a lot of questions. You guys have been getting questions. We are working on something we want to get as many questions answered in one place for everybody. So we're working on that. So there'll be more to come for that. So.
If I may, I have said this before. I think that transparency portal is one of the best things I've seen in 18 and a half years. I've used it on the phone already with several people calling me with questions, and it helped me personally answer those questions. And so I compliment everybody that worked on that. I also compliment everybody who's worked on the peaceful protest movements. It has been extremely well organized, and I think our police has done an incredible job. So I want to say that. And that's my story, and I'm sticking with it.
We appreciate your support.
Any comments or questions?
Thanks for the update. It's great to hear that our policies already reflected a lot of those things. So the minimal change, I think, is a testament to our dedication to good police work and strong policies. So thanks for that.
I can say officers come to work every day wanting to do the best job they can. And we'll continue to do that and listen. And everybody on every side can do better, and we're all going to work together because that's the common goal we all have.
Well, and I know that not only are you coming to work, you're actually spending extra time to come and make sure that you're out in the community. So this is extra above and beyond because you want to build those bridges. So I really appreciate that. I really appreciate all of you guys. Your heart is showing how much you care about this community. It's nice to see.
Anything else?
So we've all received a ton of input over the past couple of weeks on this, but I know the conversations that we've been having that our police department was being very proactive in their introspection. Before we were receiving a lot of pressure from the community, they were already starting to look internally, and they should be committed to that. The crime reports that was included in the transparency portal, it's great that our citizens can look at that. The one piece of feedback I've gotten from that, and obviously that was given before the dynamic completely shifted over the last couple of weeks, but there's no mention of race. And the only feedback I've gotten on the transparency portal that is any bit negative is that we're not just talking about the use of force, but maybe the disproportionate use of force. And so the community is wanting to see what is the racial breakdown. I don't know if that is data that we have or if it's available.
Captain Bruder can attest to that. Yeah, we have it. So.
Understandably so. I'm not surprised at all that you guys are already on top of it. I really appreciate it. I know the community will look forward to that too.
Other comments? Good.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thanks.
Come back and see us earlier in the day.
Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
You all set?
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Counselor, yay or nay?
I sent out an email earlier about settlement. We can punt that to the next one.
Could we do that?
When we have a little bit more information to share.
Sounds good.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Goodbye. Thank you all for sticking around.